Damn! You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
All right. How's everybody doing this evening? Hopefully everything looks good, sounds good, as the cool kids say. Boom. I am Jordan Page, South Coast Kane. Cuban. Got him an early seat. Cuban wanted front row seats for this. Always a pleasure having you here, sir. So in case you didn't know, tonight is episode 15 of the Rise of the Fall series. We will be talking about 2018. And the only title, I had a couple of title names, but all I could come up with is at least the turnover chain looked good. There was a lot. There was a lot I could have came up with, but I just stuck with that. So for those of you who may watch this at a later date, or maybe you're in the back row just kind of checking things out, do have the check it out corner up there. As you can see, some very good folks with their channels. Also, I want to personally thank Mr. Israel, Ike and Israel over there at the bottom of the map. They gave us some real kind words. I appreciate the kind words, gentlemen, on their last video. And also Chub Z. If y'all haven't checked out Chub Z, him and Shad get together either Friday night or Saturday night. I think they're doing it this Friday night. Fans' point of view. Good stuff. Real good stuff. And Chub Z, I appreciate the kind words, young man. You're way too kind, way too kind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that show. Really good. I was trying to watch the You Talk, baby. Uh-oh. He has a beef with me. Oh, well, it'd be all right. Get in line, Cuban. Hang on. We'll start serving people in a second. I was watching the You Talk, and I guess Mr. Devin was I think he was in a hotel room, and I think Mr. Frank was just going on, and all of a sudden, boom, 45 minutes later, boom, it's over. I'm like, oh, man. But anyway, really ain't much going on. Same old BS. Barrow talking about leaving, and the baseball team, O'Sear, he's transferring. And like I said on Twitter, it seems like the baseball team is following the football team's lead. You know, you hire a previous player, and all of a sudden the talent starts transferring. I don't know what it is. But anyway, I tell you what we're going to do. Cubadamus has got my curiosity aroused. No diddy intended. But I am curious. So I'm going to go ahead and put this link up there. I'm going to throw the bait in the water and see what I catch. But anyway, yeah, it's been kind of a slow. I guess really not too much has happened since the last time we talked. Same old thing, you know. Okay, here we go. We got a bite. What's up, dude?
I'm going to hold my judgment until Studio One comes here, because I have a bone to pick with you and Studio One. Until Studio One shows up, Studio One has 10 minutes to show up, or else I'm going to go in on him. How you doing, Jordan?
Oh, man, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm glad to be back here with everybody. Hopefully everybody's had a wonderful week. Other than that, that's really about it. Just been watching the rain come down the last few days, but you know, it's June in South Louisiana. What can you do? But I do have I got a little something different I'm gonna do tonight, but okay. We'll get to that later. It's I think it's a good thing myself. But anyway. So
well you said there's no drama. There is drama, right?
I know, yeah.
Because, right, I keep, you Kane's creators keep telling me that this is the greatest portal class ever. That we need these portal players because we need the young players to develop. Blah 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 blah. Reason, Judge. Here's my proof 101. You got this defensive tackle that everybody was depending on. That is not your player. Now he's thinking about leaving.
And he's only been here for what? A few months, if that.
Right. And then I see that the receiver is also, the guy from Houston. I'm sorry. I don't know. I know recruits. I don't know the Porter players. I don't care about the Porter players. I don't know their name. Right. I'm just going to say where they're from. The guy from Houston, there's some, rumblings about him as well. Right.
Huh.
This is my whole thing. Build within, because you're taking these. I'm not trying to diss these kids, but you're taking these characters from the outside to your program, right?
Exactly.
And it's like you're. It's going to sound bad. It's like you're dirtying up the program with outside influences. The guy from Tennessee could have a horrible attitude. You don't know this guy. You didn't recruit him. You paid him to come. You didn't go through the whole recruiting cycle and sat down with the parents and know and evaluate the kid. And you just took him because he's from Tennessee. You took Cam because he's from Washington. But Cam and Martinez could have been the biggest assholes on the team. And, and it's like, what, what are we doing here?
Right. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong or help me out, but I don't remember if it was a caller on Utah or if it was on Coach Hayes. I don't remember, but somebody brought up a very good point, and which is what you're kind of alluding to is, what kind of what do these transfer portal guys bring to the locker room as far as chemistry, attitude, kind of touch on what you said. I said it a while back, but you don't know what baggage these guys are bringing, if any. And just like you said, that Tennessee guy could come in here. He might be the greatest thing since sliced bread and the wheel, or he may be a troublemaker, if you know what I mean.
Right. He could be a troublemaker. Yeah, exactly. Now, I gave Studio his time. So just, going from here, right? So my bone that I'm going to pick with you in Studio One, I hope he's listening. Let me send him a text message, right?
He might be at the track. I don't know.
Right. Let me send him a message.
I don't think they're playing soccer in China right now.
So okay, so let me get into this, right? So last time we had a show, right? There was a gentleman that I beat up every time named Coach Hates that jumped on the show.
Oh, yes.
Right? Yes. Coach Hates jumped on the show, aka Coach Pompano. He's not listening because he's having sold right now, but I'll tell him to his face. The fly one. Flies.
Yes, the fly and the elephant. Yes,
the fly and the elephant. The fly could create the Ebola virus, so the fly one, right? But you, Jordan, and you and Studio were agreeing with everything that Coach Hayes said, about developing the bringing in these portal players and letting the young players develop. I'm like, no, this is not that. It's like you guys were trying to jump on me, but I'm like, it's not working. Like the depth, it's not with this program, right? I should have asked Coach Hayes what I asked you one time. Name me the starting defense.
Right. I still can't do it. So
yeah, it's like I still can't do it. We could try and attempt, and I'm like, I don't know, right? The way that I'm gonna stay on this. That's why I call me Cuban Damas. The way we are building this program is the wrong way. If we do not, that's why on Twitter you see me. If we do not win a national championship this year, it was a complete waste of time. I am going to look at this season if we do not win a national championship like the 5-7 season, because this is the year that you could get your players, your young pups, because you only join. If I hire you for a job, how are you going to learn? If you're a mechanic, are you going to learn by looking at me, Jordan? No, you're going to learn by actually doing it, right? You sit around for a whole year. It's not going to, and you're just looking at me. You're going to twirl your fingers. You're going to get on Twitter. You're going to get on your phone and not pay attention. You're going to lose focus, right? So, and also it's like there is no guarantee that next year I'm not going to get another Porter player to replace you, because that excuse could keep going on forever, right? And it's like, Coach Hayes was saying that 2022 class was not a success. The top class is gone, right? You hit on the bottom, right? They're gone. Your next class, yes, about 4 to 5 players are starting, but the rest of them might be role players. We don't know. The 2020, the last class, none of those guys are going to play because all of these Porter players are in. So you mean to tell me, you saw it on Twitter, we had 2 back-to-back top 10 classes. You mean to tell me majority of those 2 classes are going to sit on the bench for Porter players or just get spot time plays? It's not a good system. This was the perfect year with a very soft schedule to go win 7 or 8 games, because next year is going to be a real difficult schedule and you're going to have a sorry record next year. And the excuse is going to be, oh, they're young, we got to give them time. This is the first time playing. We've been joined. It's funny because it's like when I first joined the show, it was like remodel, rebuild. We could have rebuilt this shit year 1. We didn't have to play all these Manny players. We didn't have to. Year 2, we didn't have to play Manny players. We could have got, if you are a good recruiter, do your thing and play your recruits instead of playing the stupid game. Now we're going to, I'm telling you, Jordan, we are going to have to wait till year 6 in order to see any results from Mario.
Well, again, and you're right. We talked about this a while back that, they're putting all their eggs in one basket this year, when in fact, year 3, you're still kind of in the honeymoon as a coach. So let the young ones play and, try to get 8, 9 wins, which could have been doable, I think, if you didn't bring all the portal stuff in. But now, they're going to have to go 12-0 and go deep in the playoff, if not national championship, because, again, what's going to happen next year? What's going to happen? Because you talk about these last 2 recruiting classes, I think half of them are gone.
Right.
And again, I always said we didn't need a Cam Ward. You had Brown and the other guys. I mean, get them in. I mean, that seems to be Miami's MO anyway.
Yeah.
And then with the Martinez, you had, I mean, I know, with Fletcher being out, I mean, still, even if
you have 3 Mario running backs,
yes,
right? Like 3 to 4 Mario running backs. What are we doing here? This is
right.
Again, we're in year 3 and you still do not have your running back playing. I hear about Fletcher. I don't know about you. I don't think he was that great last year. He was okay. He wasn't. People are making it seem like he was freshman year Frank Gore, right?
Yeah, but no. I mean, he was getting the job done.
But he was okay. He wasn't. Everybody says that he was his greatest. I'm like,
he had a good first season. He had a good freshman season. I mean, again, he, like you said, again, nobody's like Frank or Miller or Duke or whatever. But Yeah, I mean, you're right. And, I think a lot of it is people just blowing stuff out of proportion. Because hell, we don't even know if Fletcher's going to play this year. I have yet to. I mean, I haven't seen anything. Maybe you've heard something, but
let me ask you a question. Name me the memorable game that Fletcher played.
Oh, you put me on the spot. Let me think.
That's what I do, Jordan.
Yeah. Oh, I don't really remember him having one of those.
So everybody is like, everybody's on him. He's like, he did great because he had the game-winning touchdown. I think against Clemson, it was right in overtime.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm thinking of like one of these, 150, 200-yard games that we've seen throughout what we've been going through.
Exactly. Right. It's like I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get it at all.
In my opinion, though, Cuban Damas, I think he would have been a good foundation to build on with Trevante coming back and Chris and so forth. Plus, you got the young guys. In other words,
but John, you're a hurricane historian. You've been going through all of this. Where would you tier wise? I'm not saying rank on 1 through 10.
Right.
Where would you put Fletcher at from from what you've seen? He's not one of the elites in the past 20, 30 years.
You talk about
Fletcher?
Fletcher. Okay. I had
Yes, Fletcher.
I got a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
I would, after just that 1 year, I'd kind of put him in that middle of the road average.
Is he better than Javaris James?
That's a good question. I'm gonna say no.
That's my thing, Jordan. It's like everybody's making it seem like he's Willis McGahee or something. I'm like, he's okay, right? People killed Rooster because he fumbled.
Yeah.
He fumbled a lot too when he started, right? He doesn't have breakaway speed. Yes, he breaks tackles here and there. You know what it is? I know what it is.
What is
that damn practice film? Remember when he threw that the safety number 15 Williams to the side, and they ever since that happened, that's the mindset that they have, and it's like
right.
But I'm like, he's not even Rooster. When Rooster got on the field, you felt that impact. You felt that if Rooster gets an inch, play the band because he's going to score a touchdown. Right.
And
it's just like I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not trying to be negative. It's just the way that our fan base, the way that our fan base hypes things up. I'm like, guys, let's not do this. Let's not do this again.
Right. And but as far as Fletcher goes, I think he had a good freshman season considering. Okay, nothing to really go, in my opinion, in comparison to what we've been seeing and talking about. Nothing that says, ooh, this could be Duke 2.0. But I mean, he had a nice freshman season that if he hadn't got hurt, maybe he could have built on that this coming season and just progressed and got better and better. But, I thought he was a good back. But just didn't really oh Lord, we have somebody new. I think I know who this is. All right, Cuban, we have a new person here, Pac-12 champion. I can't make out who that picture is. My first thought was Lane Kiffin, but I don't think that's who it is.
I think that looks like Shad.
That's Shad
1-3. That's Shad 319. You ever heard of Shad 1319?
No, this is probably the messy Shad, but all I can go by is what the name says on the screen.
Well, he has that wrong because he's not the Pac. That's not the Pac-12 champion. The Pac-12 champion is the Washington. So, factually, just want to correct him. That's wrong.
You see, but see, here's the thing. I know, I know we like to have fun and we play games and everything, but I just have this thought in the back of my mind that somebody's going to come on here and it be somebody else, a legit name. And I might go thinking it's Shad and,
So
I'll just blame Shad.
So let's stay for a second. So he won a Pac-12 championship. What, second year or third year?
Who are we talking about now?
Mario.
But
he won it his second
probably
year, right?
Third, huh?
I think he won it second and third.
Second and third.
Not sure. So why can't we win an ACC championship or get to the ACC championship?
I really don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but I have to agree with you. It's like, what's going on? Because I'm not saying that. I mean, there were opportunities for improvement when it came to Miami come 2022, but it wasn't that damn bad.
And I would say the Pac-12 is a tougher conference than the ACC.
I will not argue that point. As a whole, top to bottom, yeah, I would say the Pac-12 is a little more competitive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, again, let's look at the ACC. Y'all know it's Clemson and Florida State. And then whoever decides to get, 5 wins in the Coastal. And there you go.
Yeah.
And usually what happens is Miami beats the team that represents the Coastal. But since Miami can't stay consistent and beat the likes of a Georgia Tech or Virginia or et cetera, never make it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like 2017. All they had to do was beat, what was Pittsburgh? Like 5-7, 5-6, some shit like that. They couldn't do it.
Yeah, that's the history of the Kings.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, rookie Kenny Pickett tore that ass up.
Yeah, rookie Kent. Yeah, exactly.
And but then they can turn around and beat, a Clemson and a Florida State.
That is true.
I don't get it. And we're going to get into this. We're going to get into this in this 2018, but one of my things that I tried, this is my opinion, that 2017 season, everybody felt like, it was this great, illustrious ass whooping season and that Mark Richt had Miami back. But the one thing about that season,
interesting.
I'm like, ooh, I mean, because I'm no expert, but I do watch the games.
Hold on. There was a couple of shows ago that Mr. Shad 1419 asked the question: if we go 11, whatever, 12, whatever, 10 plus games, are we back? This is what you're going to say right now is the reason why I can't not say if we win. If we go to the national championship, we win, and then next year we win 5 games, we're not back.
Now my opinion on being, if you say is so and so back. In other words, are they back to being competitive? Are they back to being consistent? Doing the 10-win seasons, double-digit win seasons. You see how I'm getting at? Not doing like, come out, win the whole thing, and then the next season go like 5-7, and then go like 6-6, and you start dabbling around in that. Are we going to be bowl eligible or not? But if Miami can get to that double-digit win plateau and stay there, kind of like what your Clemsons do, and even like some of these SEC schools and your Ohio States, the more teams that are successful, their bad year is 10 wins. Like it used to be for Miami. But just because if and again, the same thing held true for 2017. Just because Miami hit that 10-win plateau, that don't mean shit. Can you do it again and again and again and again and stay consistently? In other words, just keep reloading. And that was the thing I was saying about 2017 is everybody talking about Miami back and this and that. But the thing about that season is I'm sitting there like, I don't see it. And that's why I was trying to show that, that 10-3 was an anomaly. That team could have very well went 6-6. Easy. But and yeah, if say Miami comes out this year, 2024, and they win 11, 12 games. I guarantee you by the time they get, say, 10-0, 9-0, oh yeah. That's all you'll see. That's all you'll see. But go 12-0 this year, and then next season go at least 10 or 11. But I don't think it's going to happen because, I mean, what kind of portal player are you going to bring in? Because that's a lot of pressure on them young guys, and I just don't know if they can do it. I don't know. But do you have any opinions on this Pac-12 champion? Welcome to the show, by the way.
We have five-star players on the roster.
Who's we? I'm sorry, sir. Are you what who's your squad, sir?
I'm a Mario fan, so my squad is Miami. I feel like some balance needs to be brought to this show, so I decided to show up. I saw it in my algorithm.
So I guess since you are a Mario fan.
Yeah, I just became a fan of Miami in 2022.
Oh, okay, cool. But you do realize that 2022 and 2023 didn't count against Mario.
Of course,
because it wasn't his players.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
So, all all these comparisons that you see, it's really not fair. So now Mario is actually 0-0 right now at Miami.
Exactly.
So
his players haven't played yet. And his players really aren't even playing this year, to be honest. His players really won't play the 2025, 2026. So this year, really, they really don't.
Yeah, I mean, with all the transfer portal guys coming in and all the younger guys transferring out, yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. It's kind of like Mark Richt. Talking about 2017. 2/3 of Mark Richt's success was because of Al Golden.
Who is that?
Oh, that was back in 2015, 2016, way before your history books were written.
Oh, I thought Miami just started playing football in 2022. Oh, I thought it was a basketball school.
I have a question because so what's the guy's name? Pac-12. Yeah, this Pac-12 guy.
Pac-12. Could
you name me the five stars? What is it? Marigoa, Pancake.
Yes, Marigoa, Pancake, Justin Scott, Marcus Lightfoot, and
JoJo.
Yes, JoJo Trader.
So only one of the five are going to play. Got it.
But I mean, they don't have to play this year. They don't have to really play until next year and the year after that.
So see, this is you see where my whole thing about skewed stats are at. So you mean to tell me we have that, and everybody's like, oh, Barrows Beast, elite recruiter, but only one of the five is
Oh,
really gonna get playing time.
all right, Cubadamus. I hate to interrupt you and Pac-12 champion, but we got Mr. Studio One live. Looks like he's couldn't tell if he's on the front porch or in his room there. So all right, Cuban, let him have it.
Yeah, Studio One, you and Jorn are fakes, are fugazi, or when Coach Hayes came up in here, y'all were all, oh, Coach Hayes, and it's Coach Hayes is spitting straight BS, and because y'all were like, oh, um, it's great that we have all these portal players that, build it little by little. No, this is horrible what we're doing. We don't need these portal players. Look at, we already have one portal player leaving. We might have another portal player leaving. We're just wasting our damn time. We should play the young players this year and then build to win next year and the year after that. All that rubbish that Coach Hayes, Coach nothing was spitting was pure BS. And all you guys like, yeah, Coach Hayes. No, Coach Hayes was completely wrong. I had my rant earlier on, but
That's okay. So studio, how you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing. I'm on my birthday was June 1st. I'm on a little vacation.
Oh, well, happy birthday, young man. Happy birthday.
June 1st. And my grandson, he qualified the regionals and all his events. So that gave me a good birthday present.
Damn, me and Studio have the same birthday. That is crazy.
Your birthday June 1st?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, happy birthday, Cuban, and congratulations, Studio.
Cuban? I wonder why I fuck with Cuban. I don't understand it. Me and you vibe for some reason. Now I see why.
Because we smarter than everybody else. That's why.
Well,
that's a true fact. I'm just saying the way it is.
I don't know, man. We may have to put a poll up in the chat if anybody knows.
You can put on any poll you want. That's just the straight facts.
Oh, so
Excuse
Studio,
it's not gonna be the best.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm glad to see you stop by, man. So, what else has been going on with you, buddy?
That's about it.
Yeah.
Just hanging out, getting the track thing ready, getting ready for regionals and club championship too. They separate though, but they still. But anyway, that's it though. And writing these episodes, I was almost complete with this episode of my Adamites.
Oh,
that's it.
Okay.
The cartoon series.
Okay. And for anybody who's might be in the back row or watches this later, Mr. Studio One Live, also known as Hey Rudy Guru, has some pretty deep stuff he talks about on his channel. So y'all check that out. So y'all want to get into this, or does anybody have any last shots before we move on?
One last shot. And this kind of support you guys. I hate it, but it does. I was listening to Xavier Streppel interview your boy on the little show, and he was having this little camp. And I said, you know what? It dawned on me. I said, you know what? Maybe this is what Cuban and South Coast Kane was talking about. This is what it looks like when you keep a player from recruitment, develop them throughout your program, and now you get a #1 receiver in the country. He might not be #1 receiver because of his measurables, and they still gonna knock him. But he the #1 receiver in the country right now, bro. And I'm gonna be real with
you. And I'm sure he'll be targeted, or he'll be the slot receiver again. So
yeah, but Studio, what? How did that happen? Right? He played. He probably didn't play that much his freshman year, but he's played all 5 of his years while he was here. right?
Yeah, he was.
But he did play. He did. Hold on. He did play as a freshman. Remember, he
he played. He played.
Moss that dude at Alabama. That's when I knew.
Played.
I said, "Oh, that's something."
No, I
know what you're saying.
agree. It's just, but this is my whole thing on saying play your young players, because at year 4, year 5, like, you know, you could potentially have one of the top players in the nation. Mario, you got a 10-year contract, bro. There is no need for you to win right now. But if you want to win right now, you better win a national championship. I'm sorry. I went from 12-0 to national championship, because you're gonna mess it up. The next year is screwed up. You know what I'm saying? You want my prediction for next year? 7 or 8 games next year, if that. It's really more 6 or 7 games. So I'm ready to give you my prediction for next year. This year I got 12-0. Next year I got 6 or 7 games.
Oh my gosh. Pac-12 champion.
I'll take that. Long as that previously it don't be like that.
Hey, nah, but you know, on a serious note though, you know, when I was listening to Cuban and Coach Hayes had that discussion back and forth, you know, I wholeheartedly agree with what Cuban was saying, but the caveat that I add to that is that the mindset is this: if you load it up for, as we have said, a weak schedule, then the natural response would be you're going to load up for a loaded schedule. So I feel like they'll hit the portal just as hard, if not harder, next year. And even though we poke fun at, you know, some of the Canes media, but I agree with D Money in the aspect that I think that they probably will be going to get another portal quarterback next year.
So then, Shad, then what's the purpose of recruiting? What's the purpose of having 2 top 5, top 10 recruiting classes then? What's the purpose?
What is the purpose? Oh, the purpose is this. The purpose is to figure it this way. On average, based on just the small research I've done, on average, you get about 6, maybe 8 at the most guys in a class that actually pan out. So you get a top recruiting class and you stack it on top of that until you can get 5 or 6 guys, and then eventually you'll have a few guys that are able to actually, you know, participate in terms of playing time. Because like what we got, Mary Noah. So basically, we got 3 guys from, well, 4 guys from that
The 23 class,
from the 23 class. So we got 4 guys from that class, right?
right?
So you just get 4 guys per class, and there you go.
And so, how long is that going to take?
Well, it's not about how long it's gonna take. You're more so in the mindset of I'm going to, I'm going to take my chances with the portal. So that's more or less what you're looking to do.
I got another
So
theory of what that could mean. See, I think Mario found the secret sauce. He's saying, I'm gonna recruit the top trench guys, and then we can just get these little skill guys on the portal and plug them in. Because it hurts more if you miss on the top quarterback than you do, when you're bringing in multiple top linemen in, So, because you miss on the quarterback, that sets your program off. So it's better to say, hey, let's go in the portal where guys proven, and we happen to get this 5-star stud, okay, we'll recruit them. But right now, we concentrating that skill position. Plug and play, baby.
You said quarterback? No, you said lineman or quarterback, where we have to get these portal players.
You know what I'm saying? He said he gonna recruit primarily the trenches, and he's gonna, plug and play his little skill guys here and there. Quarterback, running back here, receiver here.
But Studio, my question is this year: the starting defensive line is going to be all portal players except one. That's not good, man. Them boys, the guys you recruited, right? Everybody was like, "Oh, let them hit the weight room." Cyrus Moss was the best player in that 2022 class and didn't gain a pound. He probably lost weight, right? Everybody's always saying, let him get to the weight room, let him get to the weight room. Our strength and conditioning coach is not like that. You know what I'm saying? If we had Tommy Moffitt, then I'm like, okay, let him sit, or Swayze, let him sit, right? But this guy does not produce. He doesn't build these guys that change their bodies like the guy that transformed Jalen, not Jalen, Jalen and Rousseau, right? You saw how Jalen and Rousseau came in. They were skinny kids, and then by year 2 or 3, they had the grown man body. How could Cyrus Moss not have a grown man body? How could what's the kid that went to UCF? He didn't gain any weight. The defensive end, Kelly, Nigel Kelly. Yeah, Kelly was still little, right? Like, I'm not seeing these young defensive. He was little. He was little. He wasn't. There's a reason why he kept getting hurt. There's a reason why he kept getting hurt, because he was getting his ass thrown around. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, this. I don't have faith in the strength. What you're saying is the idea, but I don't have faith in the strength and conditioning coach to get these players developed. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I just don't think it's cool to have your whole recruiting defensive line hitting the bench except for one player. That just doesn't sit right with me.
Well, all right. Well, hello to QB and Miss LMV. I didn't know. I'm sorry I didn't get your notification. I guess the system is out to get me. The CCC is probably monitoring, so we'll blame them. No, I'm glad y'all here. All right. Let's get class started here, fellas. So, 2017, as you know, was Rick's second year. Miami finished 10-3, 71 in the ACC. Lost the last 3 games of the season. Of course, it was the first year for the turnover chain, Cuban's favorite piece of Miami memorabilia. I did look and see. This is interesting because I may go back and check these stats out. But the total offense was ranked 59th, and the defense was ranked 28th in 2017. And of course, we're going to find out in just a second. But Mark Walton, he messed his ankle up, broke his ankle in that Florida State game, but he ended up leaving, and Walton finished number 11 all time with 1,995 yards rushing. Also, he had 26 touchdowns, which tied him for 5th all time with Duke, Bratton, and Moss. All right. So let's get this party started, shall we? We're going to start with your 2018 coaching staff. Of course, Mark Richt, as you know, is the head coach. Thomas Brown was the OC. Dugans was the co-offensive coordinator and the wide receiver coach, but I did forget to show Manny Diaz, I do apologize, the defensive coordinator. The insurance salesman, Todd Hartley, he's a special teams coordinator and the tight ends coach. Ephraim Banda, he was the safeties coach and the director of youth development. So I don't know what that is. And then Jonathan Packey, he's the outside linebackers coach. He was the team's quality control analyst previously. And of course, John Rick, he was the quarterback's coach. Mike Ruff, he is the quarterback's. Stacy Searles, which I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not very impressed with this man so far, even though I know. Offensive line coach, Jess Simpson, It's like an old brawler from Russia. He's the defensive line coach because Kowalski went to Alabama as the associate head coach and defensive line coach. And everybody's favorite, Gus Felder, still the director of strength and conditioning. All right,
Sorry,
so
could you go back to
please.
the coaches and see where they're at right now? To see just go back to, so let me see. Rick is retired. Let me see. Rick retired. Manning's head coach.
Penn State.
Thomas in the NFL.
Yes.
Offensive coordinator for the Rams.
Right.
Dugan's wide receiver coach of Florida State. Hartley, tight end coach of Georgia. Banda's in the NFL.
Okay.
Packy, he's with Duke. Who is this loser?
John Rick.
I don't know this guy. Mike Rump. So this is a good staff then.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
He's with Georgia.
Yeah.
He's with Texas A&M, I think. No, he's with Georgia Tech. Oh, Lord. He's with Georgia Tech. He's nowhere to be found.
Now, as far as the offensive line goes, since Kehoe left, there has not been another offensive lineman drafted from Miami. Isadora was the last one drafted. Now, you're going to say, yeah, you're going to say, Matt Lee. Sorry, Matt Lee's got an asterisk by his name. I'm sorry. He transferred in. But yeah, I looked at that this morning because yesterday I was watching the Malik Rozier interview on Momentum, which I'm not watching them too much anymore. But anyway, and Malik was talking about basically, the offensive line. He wasn't talking bad about him. He just said it wasn't, they tried. And I was thinking, it kind of makes sense. So I kind of went back this morning and I looked. And the last one that I saw got drafted was Isadora back in
2017. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It is. And again, I know no disrespect to Matt Lee, but he transferred in, so he got an asterisk by his name. But there's never been, and I find that hard to believe, but it's true. All right, so on that note of players selected, the 2017 players that were selected in the 2018 draft, as you can see, Chad Thomas went to the Browns in the 3rd round as the 67th pick. Mark Walton went to the Bengals in the 4th round as the 112th pick. Herndon went to the Jets, 4th round, 107th pick. McIntosh went to the Giants in the 5th round at 139th pick. And Braxton Berrios, man, that dude was good. He went to the Patriots, as y'all know, in the 6th round. 210th pick, which now he's with the Dolphins. And then Norton went to the Panthers as a 7th round, 242nd pick. So not bad, but still better than what we got now. All right, our returning starters on offense: Donaldson, Gauthier, St. Louis, Homer, Cager, Richards, and Rozier. On defense, Joe Jackson, Michael Jackson, Jaquan, Zach McLeod, Pickney, Quarterman, Redwine, and of course, Fiegels. All right, so let's look at I might be able to make a little. Yeah, we could do that. Looking at the recruiting class for 2018, it came in at number 6. Of course, we are still sticking with rivals because that's been our constant throughout. All right, so we have Mr. Frierson, Mr. Ezzard, Miller, Mr. Bethel, Mr. Jared Williams, quarterback from Georgia, Joyner, Realist George, John Campbell, Al Blades, Bubba Baxa. Wasn't never really impressed with that young man, but Greg Rousseau, Will the Whiff Mallory, Brevin Jordan, Cleveland Reed, Mark Pope. Hey, they came in as a 5-star. I thought only Mario got 5 stars. All right, we'll move on. Brian Hightower, Cameron Davis, Nesta Silvera, Nasty Nesta. He ended up at Arizona State, if I'm not mistaken. What's this? Another 5-star for Mark Rick, Lorenzo Lingard. And just like Mario's 5 stars, he transferred too. Mr. Scaife, DJ Ivy. Whoa. What the hell? Come on, get your shit straight. Speaking of Cameron Davis, I didn't know that I was watching yesterday afternoon that Mr. Davis is playing for the that Roughnecks team. I'm like, go ahead, dude. Come on. All right, and then you had Wiggins, like I said, DJ Ivy. So yeah, that is your recruiting class. All right, so I know it says Game 2 Savannah State, but this was basically the depth chart. They didn't have one for the first game for some reason, but it's kind of been this. And of course, this will come to play later when we play everybody's favorite game. Yeah, we had Joe and Michael. We were still waiting on Tito, but they just couldn't get that bag man couldn't get it right. So anyway, so if y'all remember back to 2018, yeah, Malik, he was the QB1, but they played the quarterback pokey, the quarterback shuffle. And we're going to talk about that as we go through this. Of course, you had Homer, DJ, and Trayon Gray. And then receivers, Richards and Langham, Cager, Hightower was in the mix, Jeff Thomas, and Mike Harley. Tight end, you had Jordan. Offensive line, personally, I never really was a big, these guys, don't want to sound like I'm trashing them, but they could have been better. So I'm just saying. Also, you got Garvin, Willis, Bethel, Joe Jackson on the line. Finley, then your linebacker is McLeod, Quarterman, and Pickney. Corners, Trajan and Michael Jackson. Safeties was Jaquan Johnson and Sheldrick, excuse me. All right, so let's take a look at the 2018 schedule. Now, on a personal note, when I saw that I think they announced that Miami was going to open the season against LSU in 2018 or something like that. I talked a lot of noise around here. That's right. I did. But yeah, I was at that game too. But anyway, so yeah, nothing really different, too much different from this schedule than what we've seen before. I mean, you got a nice little game against LSU, and then you got Savannah, Toledo, Florida International, and then the usual suspects in the ACC. So that is, whoops, that is our preseason information. Again, also in 2018, I believe that indoor practice facility was completed. I believe. I think Mark Rick gave his $1 million or something. I think he got a brick or something, but yeah, the indoor facility was finished. So another excuse about facilities. Boom. All right, so let's get into the season, shall we? All right, first game of the season. Oh, I had to do. I didn't want to do it, but I had to. So Miami comes in number 8, and there's a lot of talk about how, this was going to be Miami's year because of what happened the previous season. And unfortunately, I was still, high on the Kool-Aid myself. I had not joined Kool-Aid Drinkers Anonymous yet, but, I admit my problem, but I have learned from it. So, of course, it was a Sunday night game. Everybody and their brother watched it. Check this out.
This Miami Hurricane squad taking the field. Well, this is a nice read. He could have given this to the back. He saw an opening. And I'll tell you what, and a terrific start for Ed Orgeron. Workman.
Okay.
So yeah,
this game changed from one play, and I blame Mr. Manny Diaz. So all you people that think I'm a Manny Diaz lover, I'm not. All right. Manny Diaz put number 44 Jennings in there and took Shaq Quarterman out. When they took Quarterman out, then they did that counter play, and that guy just ran into the touchdown. There was no reason, because we were doing stupid substitution patterns. Sorry, John, you pissed me off.
Yes.
We were doing stupid substitution patterns on defense. I'm like, what are you doing? Right? We were rotate players every 4 plays. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, Pickney and Quarterman are not tired. Let them keep playing. And then we put Jennings in there and touchdown.
Yeah,
Game
you're
over.
right. Well, the thing is that Mr. Brosette, I went to school with his dad and his aunt, so kind of grew up with him. So yeah, I got it. Yeah. So hey, look, I'm just now starting to get over it. Okay, but we knew when we started this journey, we knew this was going to happen. We knew it. Yeah, we knew it. All right, so let's see if I remember how to do this. Holy crap, I got it right. All right. So, looking at the numbers, as you saw, that Brosette just ran for days. Looking at the numbers, first downs are pretty even. All right, in case Studio One can't see it. There we go. Rushing. Miami only had 83 yards rushing. LSU had that 156. You had the interception, 2 interceptions. Again, one of the interceptions, Malik was about to be sacked. He was grabbed by the legs. Now, penalties. Miami had 11 penalties for 85 yards.
Sorry, John. And also Mark Ritt was playing that quarterback musical chair during the summer with Cozy and Rozier.
It's coming. It's coming.
It's
coming.
That whole rotating quarterbacks, we don't know who's going to get first. You can't do that, man.
Yeah, we're getting to that. I promise. I remember that whole.
It's not a video game. It's real life.
No, yeah. Third down conversion. Miami was 6 of 16, but LSU was only 3 of 16. So, take that for what it's worth. Red zone, they had a field goal and a touchdown, so they scored when they're in the red zone, but unfortunately, so did LSU. LSU got 10 points off of turnovers. Let's bring this down a little bit. So, this is crazy. So, DJ Dallas was the leading rusher with 38. Homer had 30. But Dallas had 8 attempts. Homer had 7. Now, Rozier, he had 16, but he lost 40, which only gave him 7 yards. Rozier was 15 of 35, 2 interceptions. He did have a touchdown. His longest pass play was 50, but he was sacked 4 times. And as you saw, when they kind of went deep, they were pretty successful. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Trajan Bandy was screwed over and got ejected for an alleged targeting call, which I still say is BS to this day. I think
that was our first defensive play series of the game that happened.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Anyway, let's move on. So yeah, Cuban, you're not the only one who's as Miss Ellen V says, said we're triggered. Trust me, I was triggered too. And like I said, Nick Brosette, that young man ran his ass off against our defense. And then Joe Burrow, that's right, Mr. Cigar. He was only 11 of 24 for 140 yards. He is sacked twice. So, yeah, that running game is what got him. Exactly what Cuban said.
And we were also wearing literal trash uniforms.
That I wasn't going to bring that up, but those parlays, that was
literally trash. We were literally wearing trash uniforms.
Exactly. I don't get it, but it is what it is. So the leading tackler was Johnson with 11. Willis and Garvin both had sacks, and then Miami had 8 tackles for losses. And of course, LSU with the 4 sacks and 6 tackles for losses. All right, let's get into a little bit of good news here. So the next game, Miami takes on Savannah State. Miami goes from number 8 to 22. Wow. But then again, it is what it is. So let's bring a little sunshine to everybody's life. All right. So again,
there's a guy on that film that played since he was in the 80s. Number 19. Patchett played like 30 years in college football.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, look, Israel's here. I apologize to the chat because I'm having to go back and forth with the highlights and everything. Glad to have you, Israel. Glad to have you. So again, it's Savannah State. No disrespect to Savannah State, but it was a nice feel-good game. Some young guys got in there. Now with this game, yes, Nkosi and Rozier started, Nkosi come in, but it was, this was a different situation. So looking at the numbers, as you can see, it to be expected. I won't get too much into this, but Miami did have the 2 turnovers. They did do pretty good on third down efficiency. Looking at the stats, again, one of those games where everybody gets in. Lingard, he was the leading rusher with 82 yards. Boom. Of course, Thomas was the leading receiver. Brevin got in there. And how about Mallory hanging on to that touchdown pass? Whatever happened to that Mallory? I digress. Okay, so now your number 21 Miami Hurricanes now 1-1 take on Toledo, the Rockets. Oh. And here we go. All right.
Why are we playing Toledo?
I don't know. I don't know why they get me. I ain't worried about it, Ellen. We'll be all right. We're all good. So yeah, this was part of that 1-1 because we had played them last year. But it is what it is. Okay, so looking at the numbers, Miami had 24 first downs to Toledo's 17. Rushing, Miami had 268 yards rushing to Toledo's 112. Completions was 13 of 23, so that's not bad. Not bad at all. Basically, Toledo was the same way. Let's see. Penalties. Miami had no penalties. Let's see. What am I looking for? There it is. Third down conversion. Miami was 7 of 15. Toledo was 2 of 11. Also, Miami was 5 out of 5 in red zone scoring. 5 of them was all touchdowns, so that's pretty cool. They did have 4 sacks for 25 yards. All right. So looking at the numbers, DJ Dallas had 110 yards rushing. Malik had 80. Homer had 62. Rozier, like I said, 13 of 23, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. As far as receiving, Thomas had that 41-yard pass. He had a touchdown along with Cager. Thomas had 105 yards receiving. And Langham had 23. For Toledo, I'm not going to even try that name. He was a leading rusher for 47. And he had, that was the quarterback. Okay. With the 222 yards and sacked 4 times. And of course, Malik was not sacked. Defensively, Willis, Redwine, Pickney, and Patchen all had sacks, with Johnson coming in with the leading tackler at 7, and they had 13 tackles for loss. Okay, Ellen, I see it. I ain't gonna do it no more. They playing games with me because I ain't no big deal. It's not like I'm gonna lose money, but I hear you. We're good. We're good. All right. I figured I'd try it. I see it, Ellen. I got it. And of course, Toledo had no sacks and 3 tackles for losses. All right. Try to make things good around here, and I get problems. All right, so now Miami comes plays their number 21, 2-1, taking on the 2-1 Florida International. Now this is Butch is here. Butch is at FIU right here. So it's Rick versus Butch. I'm not going to show the highlights. And Miami pulls it out 31-17. Now, one thing about this game, this is when we start the quarterback. The fight and the Lamar. Oh yeah. All right. So this is where we do the quarterback shuffle. Nkosi comes in on the 3rd possession of the game. But as you can see, it was really never that close. But it is what it is. So first downs, Miami had 27 to Florida International 7. Miami had 248 yards rushing to FIU 17. Passing, Miami was 20 of 29 with 1 interception. FIU 13 of 28 with the interception. They probably brought Nkosi in because they were doing so well. But Miami did have 2 fumbles. They lost one of them. Boom. And Miami was 8 of 15 on third downs. All right, so looking at the rushing, Homer was leading the rusher with 114 yards and a touchdown. Lingard got some time with 50 yards. Perry, Nkosi got 32. DJ 28. Cameron 24. And of course, like I said, Perry come in. He was 17 of 25, 224, 3 touchdowns. He was sacked twice. His longest pass play was 42. Harley was the leading receiver, and as you can see, 2, 4, 6, 7 different folks got touches and got yards. 8 got touches altogether, but there was no gain on that one. Cager had 2 touchdowns. Jordan had 1. As far as Florida International, their leading rusher had 25 yards. So it is what it is. Their quarterback, like I said, he was 20 of 12 of 24 with an interception, sacked twice for 168. Wharton was their leading receiver at 123 yards and 2 touchdowns. All right, defensively for FIU, looks like Freeman was the leading tackler with 10. They did have 2 sacks from Silva, and they had 4 tackles for losses. For Miami, Quarterman, Willis, and Garvin were the leading tacklers. All 3 of them had 5. It looks like Garvin and Jackson shared a sack, with Jackson getting a sack on his own for 2 sacks, and altogether they had 11 tackles for losses, and the interception by Redwine. All right, next, North Carolina. So, believe it or not, Miami is 10-10 against North Carolina all time. And Miami pulls it out 47-10. Nkosi Perry did start this game. Which was pretty interesting. But again, North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, their quarterback had just come. I think they were on a 3rd string quarterback or something, because Surratt had a suspension for selling team shoes or some crap like that. I don't remember. So as you can see, Garvin had a 9-yard fumble recovery. Jackson had a 42-yard interception return, and Finley had an 83-yard interception return. And those 3 defensive touchdown ties a school record. So first downs, and of course, since they had 3 defensive touchdowns, the offense didn't really have the ball much. But North Carolina had 24 first downs to Miami's 14. But North Carolina did run the ball for 215 yards. Miami only did 229. So obviously there was no run defense present on both sides. Passing, North Carolina was 20 of 35 with 3 interceptions and 114 yards. Miami was 8 of 12 with 1 interception for 125. But again, when you're averaging 6.7 yards a rush, hey, what the hell, right? All right, so fumbles. Like I said, North Carolina had 5 fumbles and lost 3, which couple that with the 3 interceptions, that's 6 turnovers. You're not going to do very well. And of course, Miami had 2 fumbles. They lost 1, and that gave them 2 turnovers total. Miami was 3 of 6 on third down, so that kind of helped them out in the stat department. North Carolina was 2 of 13. Miami did score every time they were in the red zone, 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals. North Carolina was 2 of 3 in the red zone. Now, of course, Miami had the 24 points off of turnovers because of the 3 defensive touchdowns. Looking at the individual stats here. So DJ Dallas was the leading rusher with 114 yards. Homer had that 56-yard run, which gave him a total of 88 yards. And, of course, Perry did some stuff for 26. Again, Perry was 8 of 12 with the interception. His longest pass play was 42. He had a touchdown, 125 yards, and 2 sacks. Oh, apparently only 5 people touched the ball on receptions. Langham had the most receptions at 3 for 33 yards and a touchdown. Harley had 2 catches for 70 yards. Hightower, Thomas, and Jordan all got into the catching game. Now, as you can see, Carter for North Carolina was the leading rusher with 79. Surratt, he was back. He had 69 yards. As far as passing, Elliott come in. He was 16 of 25, 104. 20 yards was his longest pass play. He was sacked once. And, of course, Surratt was 410. But he did have 69 yards rushing, so it really didn't matter. He was sacked twice. But his longest pass play was only 13. And as you can see, everybody got to touch the ball for North Carolina. But Miami did hold on to win, thank God. All right, so North Carolina had 2 sacks. They had 6 tackles for losses. And, of course, that 1 interception. For Miami, the leading tackler was McLeod with 8. Quarterman had 2 sacks. Jackson had a sack. And altogether, 14 tackles for loss. Let's see here. Of course, there's Mr. Jackson, his interception. And, of course, Mr. Finley with his interception. Both of those were returned for touchdowns. And Mr. Garvin, he had that fumble recovery, which had the touchdown also. Boom! Here we go. Next game. Miami, number 17, Miami, takes on Florida State. Florida State's 3-2. Miami's 4-1. Actually undefeated in ACC play. But
I know you're not playing the video here, but
no,
this would be perfect because the chain is stupid. The chain is stupid. We were down 27-7, and the stupid chain came out, but nobody ever wants to bring it up when why are we bringing up the chain? We're getting blown out. We're getting blown out by Florida State. The chain came out, and we won this game. So all you chain haters, you kiss my grits.
Where are that beautiful bean footage?
I didn't think I was going to be in trouble with it, but I guess so. All right.
So hold on.
Now,
just before you keep going, is this the second time we beat Florida State?
Yes, this would be our second time in a row.
And this coach used to coach at Oregon.
He got the nice sewer. He got the nice sewer paid.
Oh, you're talking. I know what you're saying.
My question is, if you used to coach Oregon, if you used to coach at Oregon, you're not going to win a rivalry game? So far, past Oregon coaches have not won a game in the Miami-Florida State rivalry. Am I wrong?
That is a good point.
Pac-12 champion. What do you got?
Right.
Oh, you got a comment, Mr. Pac-12 champion?
Winning rivalry games, that's not that important.
But I will say this. This was probably one of the best. It was like the tale of two halves. I mean, as you can see, Florida State jumped out to a 27-7 lead on that 74-yard punt return. All right. And then it was just a whole different team. Because the way that game was going, I'm like, oh my gosh. It's 20-7 at halftime, and it was going to get ugly. I thought it was going to get ugly real quick. But it didn't. Now,
wait a minute. Is this one of those games where, people said that, the team never fought back? I know this ain't one of them games where the team actually fought back from,
yes, they did.
It's impossible.
I'm afraid not. And also, talking about the chain, with Miami losing that fumble, the only turnover that Florida State got from Miami, we got to see Dora's backpack. I know y'all remember the backpack.
The Tiger used his buyout money to build a car.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so regardless of whether you liked or hated or were indifferent to the chain, at least it wasn't a backpack. But we won't get into that. So, looking at the numbers, Miami had 20 first downs to Florida State's 14. And this is crazy because, Miami had 100 yards rushing to Florida State 70. QB, what's up? I know I messed up, but I was just trying to have fun, but screw them. The CCC is after us. Anyway, passing. Miami 13 of 32, and this is the game Perry started too. Perry played this game. Also, that 20-point comeback was the best in the series. This is it's the biggest comeback in the series. Forgot to mention that. So, Miami 13 of 32. But Florida State was 16 of 32 with an interception. I mean, look at the total offensive yards. 200 for Florida State, 306 for Miami. Of course, both teams lost a fumble. But Miami had 3 fumbles but only lost 1. Florida State had 2 and lost 1. Boom. Third down conversions. Miami was 5 of 18. Florida State was 5 of 16. Now, Miami was 3 of 4 on fourth down. That helped out tremendously. Kind of blew it in the red zone. Florida State was perfect in the red zone on touchdowns, but Miami was 3 of 5. All they had was 3 touchdowns, but that's okay. They still won the game. Ooh. Hang on. Yeah, and Miami had the 14 points off of turnovers to Florida State's 3. All right, so let's see what happened here. All right, so Homer was the leading rusher. Actually, he was the game's leading rusher with 70 yards. Dallas had 31. And Tyron, Mr. Gray, got 9. And like I said, Mr. Perry was 13 of 32. Kind of low numbers, but that's okay. He was sacked 5 times. He had 4 touchdowns and 204 yards passing, in which Cager and Thomas caught 3 apiece. Thomas had 76 yards and a touchdown. Cager had 33 and 2 touchdowns. And of course, who can't forget Mr. Jordan's touchdown catch that put Miami ahead. Akers, he only had 46 yards rushing. Patrick had 31. Francois was 15 of 30 for 129, 2 touchdowns, but he was sacked 6 times. Sacked 6 times. As far as receiving goes, their leading receiver was Terry with 37, and some other guys come in. Terry and Gavin both had a touchdown for Florida State. All right, so Florida State, like I said, they had 5 sacks, 13 tackles for loss. They did have 1 fumble recovery. For Miami, Mr. Johnson, he had 10. He was the leading tackler with 10. Garvin had 2 sacks. Jackson had 2 sacks. Excuse me. Redwine had a sack. Bethel had a sack for 6 sacks total. And Miami had 12 tackles for loss. Mr. Willis had a fumble recovery. And Pickney had an interception. All right. Here we go. Miami, number 16 now. Miami has worked their way back to 16. 5-1, 2-0 in the SEC. Things are looking good. They're looking better. Against 3-2, 1-1 ACC play, Virginia Cavaliers. And Perry starts this game too.
And he got benched.
I was going to say, Rozier comes in with about 9.5 minutes into the second.
That was stupid. That was so stupid. Jordan, I hate you, Jordan. You make him go through these damn things again, man. I don't want to go through this, Jordan. I'm changing the channel.
Hey, bro. We knew this was going to happen.
But this is just a lot of stupid things going on this season. It's like,
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
13, 16. What are you doing? What are you doing, Rick?
You know, I mean, it stayed pretty darn close until the end, but still, you know, but Miami does drop it 16-13. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, Virginia kicked the field goal with like 30 seconds left to go up 19-13, but roughing the kicker penalty. So they took the penalty. Ball game was over. So just when Miami was starting to get back up, boom, they went back down. So looking at the team stats here, let's bring it in a little bit. All right. Miami was 16 first downs. Virginia had 18. Miami had 149 yards rushing to Virginia's 139. 15 of 29 with 3 interceptions for Miami, 12 of 21, and 3 interceptions for Virginia. Miami's total, Miami had 190 yards passing to Virginia's 92. All right. Now, Miami did have 8 penalties for 71 yards. That didn't help matters much. Now, the interceptions that Virginia got, they had 3 of them, but they were able to get 117 yards off of them. Shortens the field. Miami, 4 of 11 on 3rd down. Virginia was only 3 of 10, but Miami was 0 of 2 on 4th down. Now, every time Miami got in the red zone, they scored, but unfortunately, it was only 1 touchdown and 2 field goals. Same thing for Virginia, but they were 3 out of 4. Virginia got 10 points off of the turnovers. Miami got 3. All right, so looking at the individual stats, Homer was the leading rusher with 95. DJ had 24. And Rozier, he was able to get 19 yards and a touchdown. Perry was 3 of 6 with 2 interceptions. 20 yards. His longest pass play was 11, and then he got yanked. All right. And Rozier comes in, goes 12 of 23 with an interception, 170 yards, and sacked twice. So Cager was the leading receiver with 58 yards. Him, Homer, and Jordan all had 3 receptions. Homer had 50 yards. Jordan had 34. Again, you're looking at 2, 4, 6, 7 different folks getting touches. Can't believe Jeff Thomas only had 5 yards receiving. That is friggin' crazy. Looking at Virginia right quick, you had Ellis with 86 yards rushing. Perkins had 21 attempts at 61. Their quarterback, which was Perkins, that had the running plays there, he was sacked 4 times. His longest pass play was 24 yards. I mean, he only got 92 yards passing, 3 interceptions, 12 of 21. So, I mean, this was just, it's like a Big Ten game, like an Iowa game or something. I don't know. So, Pickney and Garvin both shared a sack, with Pickney and Garvin also getting solo sacks, and Quarterman getting the sack for the 4 sacks total. You had 9 tackles for losses. Bandy had 2 interceptions, and Redwine had 1, but offense couldn't do anything with it. Looking at Virginia, 2 sacks, 3 tackles for losses. I mean, this Thornhill dude, he had the 2 interceptions. He had he had 86 yards on the interception returns, And Blunt had 1 for 31 yards. So, yeah. Here we go again. Now, the next week, unranked. And we're back to being unranked. Miami, they're 5-2, 2-1. It's a Friday night game in Massachusetts. It was that red bandana game. BC comes in 5-2, 2-1, identical records. Miami is 24-5 all time against Boston College. And Rozier gets the start for this one, I believe.
And they spanked us.
That's putting it mildly.
They spanked us with the future Mario quarterback.
Yeah. And one thing I remember about watching on this game is their little halfback passes and this and that, and it was just crazy. One thing I do remember too is the defense just looked up. He's back. All right, he's back. One thing.
Got a phone call, knocked me off the show.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. One thing I noticed is that the defense just looked slow, and they were just playing undisciplined, out of position. It was, I don't know how else to explain it. Yeah, BC's always tough, Israel. It's always tough with BC, but we'll get into it. All right, so BC had the 22 first downs to Miami's 19. BC 223 yards rushing. Unbelievable. Miami had 155. Passing, Miami was 19 of 39, 2 interceptions for 150. Wow. BC was 17 of 30 with an interception with 210 yards passing. So total offense, BC had 433 yards to Miami's 305, thanks to that running effort for Boston College. Third down conversions, Miami was 8 of 17. Boston College was 6 of 18, but they were 2 of 2 on fourth down. Miami was 0 of 3. Red zone, Boston College capitalized. Miami did get 2 touchdowns out of 3 trips. And Boston College got 10 points off of the 2 interceptions. All right, so for Miami, I don't know if y'all can see that very well. Let's bring it in a little bit there. All right, Rozier was the leading rusher with 71 yards. Homer was 40 yards. DJ Dallas had 30 and a touchdown. Rozier was 19 of 36. He had 2 interceptions, 150 yards, 3 sacks, and 1 touchdown. That 1 touchdown went to Langham, who had 30 yards. Homer was the leading receiver with 46 yards. Jordan had 8 receptions to lead everybody with 36 yards. As far as Boston College goes, this Dillon dude, he was running all day. He had 149 yards. I mean, he was averaging almost 5 yards a carry. He had a touchdown. Mr. Brown had a touchdown. That's the quarterback, by the way. He had 41 yards running. Also, Mr. Brown was 15 of 28 with an interception. He was sacked, and he had a touchdown, all for 152. And as far as the receivers go, it looks like everybody and their brother touched the ball and caught the ball. All right. Defensively, Red Wine, again, defensive back, leading tackler. That's not too good. But Red Wine was leading tackler with 14. Garvin and Bethel both had a sack, half a sack each. Miami had 8 tackles for loss, and Mr. Finley had the interception. As far as Boston College, again, 3 sacks, 4 tackles for losses, and they had the 2 interceptions. All right. The Duke game. The Duke game. Now, this game, Rozier, started until about the 12.5-minute mark in the fourth quarter. Yes, sir, Israel. That's what I'm talking about. When those defensive backs are your leading tacklers, oh, yeah, never good. Never good. One thing about this one, it was raining that night. If I remember the highlights correctly, it was pretty wet out there. So, 5-3 Miami, 2-2 in the ACC takes on 5-3 Duke, 1-3 in the ACC. And for the first time since 1976, Duke beat Miami in Miami. Think about that for a second. That's like, 42 years? First time in 42 years? No, 32 years, excuse me. No, that's 42. Yeah. Duke finally wins a game at Miami. One thing about this, now DJ Dallas did have that 80. Well, I remember this play. I think it was the first play of theirs, or was it the second? First play, I think it's the first play of the game that Jackson dude ran for 75 yards for a touchdown. And then DJ Dallas, he had that 83-yard touchdown run, but he just couldn't hang on to the ball. Couldn't hang on to the ball. So, looking at the numbers, Duke had 13 first downs to Miami 16. Bring that in a little bit there. And here's the kicker. Miami had 300 yards rushing. And you thought Edge was in the backfield. Duke only had 146. I say only 146, but I mean, they're averaging 7 yards, almost 7 yards a carry for Miami. Quarterbacks, for Miami was 13 of 28 for 111. Duke was 19 of 37, 1 interception and 144. Total offense, Miami was 411 to Duke's 290. But Miami lost 2 fumbles. And of course, you had 6 penalties for 73 yards for Miami. I'm like, man. Third down conversion, Miami was only 3 of 14. All right. Duke was 3 of 16. And as far as the red zone goes, as you can see, Duke was 3 of 3. Miami was one of two. All right. Homer. Travis Homer had 133 yards rushing to DJ Dallas's 124 yards rushing. Both of them had one touchdown each. DJ Dallas was averaging 10.3 yards a carry. Yeah. Rozier started the game. He was 8 of 12 for 76 yards. He was sacked one time, but they decided to put Nkosi in. I don't know why, but they did. He was 5 of 16 for 35 yards. He was sacked twice, so the Miami quarterbacks were sacked 3 times. Mike Harley was the leading reception yardage with 45. Thomas had the most catches at 4 for 15. No receiving touchdowns. But that Jackson dude, he got 113 yards rushing and a touchdown, but he had that one play for 75 yards. So, and of course, Jones was 17 of 35, one interception, 130 yards, and was sacked once. And he also had 21 yards rushing. And if I'm not mistaken, Duke had a touchdown where they pulled the Tim Tebow jump pass. Our OC was crap. I done went blank for a second. Well, shit. Thomas Brown was the OC. Thomas Brown. I don't know why I forgot that. No, it wasn't Enos yet. It wasn't Enos yet. Don't worry, he's coming. You won't be disappointed. He's getting here. All right. I wonder why I tell you what I could do.
It was John and Mark-Rick, right?
No, John was he was the quarterback coach.
Yeah, but
we know Brown was the offensive coordinator. But Rick was calling the plays, right?
Yeah, it was Mark and John Rick calling the plays.
Yeah. So sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yep.
All right. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see here. Looking at the defensive numbers right quick. Duke had, like I said, 3 sacks. They had 8 tackles for losses. Humphreys had the 2 fumble recoveries. Of course, I think it was DJ. I forget who the other one had to receive. Anyway, but they had 1 sack. Willis had 1 sack. They had 5 tackles for losses. Jaquan had the 1 interception. That was an ugly game. I don't care who you are. That was an ugly game. Now, speaking of ugly, Georgia Tech. It was a Saturday night game. Miami is 5-4, 2-3. This is the team that was supposed to win it all this year because they were favored to win. They were voted to win the ACC this 2018 season, if not finish second. So, yeah. Georgia Tech comes in 5-4, 3-3. And, of course, this is in Bobby Dodd Stadium. Georgia Tech, Miami all-time against Georgia Tech is 12-11. And this is the game where N'Kosi Perry starts. Yep. Miami loses it 27-21. It stayed kind of close. I mean, Georgia Tech did get up to this 10-point lead, but Miami got back close, but it just wasn't meant to be. Miami had 13 first downs to Georgia Tech's 15. Of course, Georgia Tech and that triple option offense that they ran, they had 231 yards rushing to Miami's 134. And again, it's like, I mean, this triple option that Georgia Tech runs isn't something they just started running this season, this 2018 season. They had been running it for a while. And yet, it just got Miami again, you know? Again, see, Georgia Tech was 3 of 4 for 73 yards passing. Miami was only 14 of 23 for 165. Now, again, Miami fumbled the ball 3 times and lost it. Excuse me. Georgia Tech fumbled 3 times and lost it once. Miami had 7 penalties for 49 yards. Miami was 9 of 15 on third down conversions. They were perfect on fourth down, just like Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech was 9 of 16 on third downs. All right, so looking at the numbers here, Cameron Davis had 48 yards rushing. Perry had 38. Homer had 30. DJ 15. Davis, Homer, and Dallas all had touchdowns. And like I said, Perry was 14 of 23, 165. Jeff Thomas was the leading receiver with 6 receptions and 84 yards. Other than that, you know, you had 2, 4, 5 other players touch the ball, so I guess that's good. But in typical Georgia Tech fashion, you know, Marshall had 92 yards, the quarterback. Howard had 56, Cottrell 51, etc., etc. And like I said, the quarterback Marshall was only 3 of 4 because it's the triple option. All right, so we had no sacks, which is kind of hard since, you know, it's the triple option. They did have 6 tackles for loss. Pickney was the leading tackler with 9. Quarterman had the fumble recovery. But Georgia Tech, they had 4 tackles for losses and, of course, the 3 fumble recoveries. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. All right. Now, if you've been paying attention, Miami is now on a 4-game losing streak. Virginia, Boston College, Duke, and Georgia Tech. What is it with these 4 games in a row? I don't get it. So the next week, Miami is 5-5, 2-4 in the ACC. I mean, this team was supposed to be undefeated. People were talking they would be undefeated. No, not a poke at what's going on now, but I mean, you know. And Virginia Tech comes in 4-5 and 3-3. And of course, this is in Blacksburg, Virginia. So y'all know how this could go. But guess what? It didn't. It actually didn't. I mean, it was kind of close for a little bit. Halftime was 17-14, but Miami come out. I mean, Jeff Thomas had, I believe it was the only punt return of the season. Jeff Thomas had that. And it just, they pulled it together in the third quarter and pulled ahead, never looked back. All right, so as you can see, Miami only had 17 first downs to Virginia Tech's 22. Miami had 168 yards rushing to Virginia Tech's 119. Passing, Miami was 21 of 34, and this is the game that N'Kosi Perry started, by the way, in case you're wondering. He had 171 yards. Virginia Tech was 18 of 36, 2 interceptions for 216. And the total offensive yards are pretty darn close. Fumbles, Virginia Tech had a fumble and lost it. Miami fumbled it but did not lose it. Third down conversions. Come back. Hit the wrong button. Third down conversion, Miami was 7 of 15. Virginia Tech was 2 of 12. So that helped out tremendously. And of course, Miami had 7 points off of turnovers. As far as rushing, Cameron Davis was, he had 77 yards. Rushing, Homer had 69. Nkosi had 16 with a touchdown, and Davis had a touchdown also. And again, Mr. Perry was 21 of 34. He was sacked twice. He had 2 touchdowns for 171. And it looks like everybody and their brother touched the ball. It even looks like Nkosi tried to catch a pass, but that didn't work out very well. But yeah, I mean, everybody, that's what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 11 guys caught the ball. Wow. As far as Virginia Tech goes, their leading rusher had 40 yards. And like I said, their quarterback was sacked 4 times. He had a touchdown, 216 yards. He was 18 of 36, 2 interceptions. All right. Looking at the defense, it looks like Bandy, Willis, Redwine, Smith, Garvin, and Finley all had 5 tackles each, with Redwine having a sack. I don't know what the combination was, but Quarterman, McLeod, Jackson, Michael and Joe, they all had half a sack, with Mr. J. Jackson getting a full sack, which gave him 4 sacks. Altogether, 11 tackles for loss. Mr. Redwine had a fumble recovery. Quarterman and Mr. Dean. Yes, Mr. Dean had interceptions. Virginia Tech, 2 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. And that brings us, believe it or not, to the last game of the year. Your 6-5, 3-4 in the ACC Miami Hurricanes take on number 24, the 7-4, 6-1 Pitt Panthers. And Miami comes out and just I know it says 24-3, but they basically, I hate to say it, but they kind of dominated the game by 2018 standards. All they gave up was a field goal. So, I mean, Homer had a 64-yard run. Dallas had a 65-yard punt return. So that was 2 of them. Dallas had a punt return, and Thomas. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. As far as the numbers go, Miami had 12 first downs. Pittsburgh had 11. But, man, Miami had almost 300 yards rushing to Pittsburgh 69. Passing, Pittsburgh was 15 of 24 for 131. Miami was 6 of 24 for 52 yards. But when you're running the ball for almost 300 yards, what the hell? But still. Miami did fumble the ball 3 times, lost it twice. Pittsburgh fumbled it once and lost it once. Now, Pittsburgh had like 10 penalties too for like 100 yards. Better them than us. Third down conversion. Oh my gosh. Miami was 2 of 12. Pittsburgh was 1 of 15. Miami was 1 of 2 on fourth down. And Miami had a field goal and a touchdown in the red zone. All right. Looking at the individual stats, Homer lit that ass up. He had 168 rushing yards on 8 carries. I know his longest was 64, but he was averaging 21 yards a carry. Holy crap. Anyway, Perry, he had 46 yards rushing. DJ 39, he had a touchdown. And like I said, Nkosi was only 6 of 24, but he had no interceptions. He was sacked. He had 52 yards. His longest pass play was 11. But again, when you got Homer doing what he was doing on 8 carries and plus Dallas, what the hell? The receiving yards were very dismal, but, 5 different guys touched the ball. As far as Pittsburgh goes, their leading rusher was Hall. He had 47 yards. And then, Pickett, Mr. All-American Pickett, he was only 14 of 22. He was sacked 6 times. So Pittsburgh's offensive line really wasn't that great. Pickett threw for 130 yards. His longest was 42 with no touchdowns. All right. Defensively for Pittsburgh, they had 2 guys with half a sack, which gave them the 1 sack. They had 1 tackle for loss. And they had the 2 fumbles recovered. So I guess their defense wasn't as good as our offensive line. I don't know. As far as the defense for Miami, Jackson had 2.5 sacks, Quarterman a half a sack. Michael Jackson had 2 sacks. Willis had 1 sack, and that's your 6 sacks for the defense. They had 14 tackles for loss. Mr. Bandy had a fumble recovery. And that's that. So that brings us, let me get this out the way. This brings us to our postseason. So Miami finishes, they finished the regular season at 7-5. Which is kind of a letdown compared to what everybody thought they were going to do. But the biggest thing about the season was the quarterback shuffle and the turnovers that Miami had, not the turnover chain turnovers, but the turnovers on interceptions and fumbles. But anyway, it is what it is. Get this set up right quick. Go ahead and add this to the stage. All right. So Miami gets the invite. Whoops, wrong one. To the Pinstripe Bowl. I don't know what it is about the Pinstripe Bowl, but Miami's been there, and they take on a common opponent, Wisconsin. Again. Only thing is they both come in at 7-5. Gosh, here we go. All-time Miami is 2-3 against Wisconsin. And unfortunately, Miami blows it 35-3. It really wasn't that close. Wisconsin jumps out to a 14-0 lead. Luckily, Miami gets a field goal before the half. And then it's just, it was bad. All right, so looking at the numbers, you can tell Wisconsin had 20 first downs to Miami 6. Miami was 3 of 11 on third down, but Wisconsin was 6 of 13. Wisconsin, oh my gosh, 406 yards of total offense to Miami's 169. Now, passing, Wisconsin was 6 of 11 for 73, but Miami was 6 of 17. And Rozier played this game, by the way. Rozier started. Miami passing was 6 of 17 for 48 yards. Yeah, 48 yards passing. Rushing, Wisconsin, 333 yards rushing on 58 attempts. That's all they did was run the ball. Surprise, surprise. Miami had 121 yards. That was probably the only bright spot of the whole damn game, other than Baxa actually making a field goal. Miami only had one penalty, so that's pretty cool. But the problem is Miami had a fumble and 4 interceptions thrown. That 5 turnovers. They didn't even have the ball for 20 minutes compared to the 40 minutes Wisconsin had it. Look at these numbers here. So, Mr. Rozier was 5 of 12, 46 yards, 3 interceptions. Nkosi gets in for a series or so. He's 1 of 5, 2 yards, and 1 interception. Rushing, Malik was the leading rusher at 90 yards. He had 3 attempts. Homer had 10 attempts and only got 16 yards. Oh, man, this is hard. This is hard to do. Cager was the leading receiver with 22 yards. 1 reception. Homer had 3 receptions for 14. Brevin, 2 receptions for 12. Homer fumbled the ball. And, of course, Mr. Jaquan Johnson had the interception. Looking at Wisconsin, the passing, Jack Cohn was 6 of 11, like I said. Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor was a good running back. He was. He torched Miami for 205 yards. He averaged 7.6 yards a carry and had 1 touchdown. Taiwan Deal, and you gotta like that name. He had 52 yards and a touchdown. But it's like whoever they put in there, they ran the ball and did good. Receiving, Pryor had 35 yards and a touchdown, which I didn't even worry about the defensive stats because it didn't matter. It was horrible. So looking at the overall ACC standings, Clemson goes 15-0. They win it all. Pitt, remember Pitt? We played number 12 game of the season, beat them 24-3. They go as the Coastal champion, but they finished 7-7. But Miami finished at 7-6, 4-4 in the conference. Oh, gosh. Hell, I'm kind of glad for 2017 because it was different. Other than that, it seems like we say the same damn thing every time we talk about this stuff.
Wow, I never seen this part.
Oh yeah. Exactly. Miami lost to Georgia Tech, they lost to Virginia, and they lost to Duke.
But we were 4-4. We know we wouldn't know. No, we had no chance of winning it. If we would have beat Virginia, if we would have beat Virginia, we would have been 5-3. Would have ended up in second place.
But if we'd have beat Georgia Tech, I mean, if they would have just took care of business against Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, and Duke. I mean, think about it. I
mean, look how weak this Coastal is.
Yes, exactly. And I mean,
I don't care what anybody tells me about, oh, we need better recruits. What type of recruits do we need to beat a 7-7 freaking team?
Right.
Like, what do we need?
Exactly. You know, and again, no disrespect to those teams, but it's like every season, every time we've come together and discussed the season, we've always seemed to be losing against Georgia Tech, Virginia, you know, Duke. I mean, it's again, I still don't understand how Miami lost to Virginia, Georgia Tech, and Duke. I understand it was raining against Duke, but if they would have just held on to the ball, you know, it's the little things. It wasn't like I'm not saying Miami should have beat Clemson and won the ACC, okay, but they should have been undefeated in the Coastal.
This is sad.
It is. It really is. And like QB says, I mean, Syracuse was 10-3 that year. But still.
So, Jordan, the question is, did we have an easy schedule this year? Because you know how this year we're saying, oh, it's an easy schedule. This seems like a real easy schedule, and we won freaking 7-6.
But see, here's the thing, Cuban. You think about the schedules we've had. With the exception of the out-of-conference games, Miami's schedules have basically been the same since joining the ACC. Now, of course, now you have
one favor. Could you pull up the schedule for the preseason schedule? So you probably have to go. You probably have to go to the first slide that you have, because I just want to see something. Right here. So we're pretty much ranked above everybody in this schedule, right? Because we started.
Number 8. We started number 8.
So we were better than everybody on this schedule. So we should have gone 12-0, 11-0.
And honestly, other than, well, I mean, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say they should have beat everybody, but they should have. But my thing is, disregard the LSU game. I mean, Florida State ended up going 5-7. They crashed and burned, but that's not the point. But Miami had to come back from 20 points down to beat an eventual 5-7 Florida State. But my thing is, don't worry about that. But I mean, and I know we have the new format going on, but usually Miami plays Virginia Tech, Duke, North Carolina, Georgia Tech, Virginia. You know, we usually play those guys or a combination of those guys every year. And again, think back to when we started this journey and Miami joined the ACC. We've basically had the same schedule every year as far as conference opponents. Now, you kind of throw in a combination of a Clemson here and there, NC State, Boston College, okay, Louisville, but you still are playing the coastal teams. And to get to your question about this year being an easy schedule, it's no different than what we've played in the past. Except you have Cal in there now.
I don't know, John. This is troubling.
It is. And I believe it was Shad, aka Pac-12 champion, aka I like Kenny Kelly now. You didn't think I saw that, did you, Shad? Had to stop and think. Man, I ain't seen that picture in a long time. But anyway, yeah, Shad changed his ex profile picture to Kenny Kelly. Most people don't know who that is. I tell if you want to know who Kenny Kelly is, look him up. But anyway, I digress. Oh yeah, he was
a first rounder.
He's the one that he's the one who beat Ohio State that year in the season opener, wasn't it?
Yep, it was him. But he was a better baseball player than
he was. He was. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But again, yeah, you know, when they were talking about the schedule, you know, Shad was talking about how is it really an easy schedule. I forget what. I think we were having one of our shows here or something, and you know, everybody talks about how easy the schedule is, but Shad brought up a good point because, again, you know, I don't have the schedule with me, but, you know, Miami does play Syracuse, you know, but the schedule really hasn't changed that much. Oh, Israel bringing up your teal. Oh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. It's so refreshing to have somebody do what?
Well, I said we always have these epic collapses because I was accepted that LSU lost. You know what I mean? First game of the year,
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, went into Virginia 5-1. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Now, the Florida State game, but then again, that's Florida State. But they turned it around. They came back. And they came back. Exactly. And I'm thinking, you know, with that Florida State game, I'm thinking, man, this team might have a little something about them. I know they have their dysfunctionalities, but they might, because, you know, most teams would have just rolled over and died against Florida State. But they hung in there, but then you hit that Virginia and that BC and that Duke. Because I remember watching that Virginia Tech thinking, nah, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And it didn't. But again, our schedule's basically the same. Except that we have, Florida out of conference. South Florida out of conference, I believe.
Ball State.
Yeah, Ball State. Which Ball State could probably be more like a Toledo. A Toledo, yes.
Although Toledo better than Ball State. Toledo, I bet on Toledo every day. If I had to bet blind, it'd be Toledo every day over Ball State.
Right, but just kind of comparing the 2018 to now, just kind of give a feel. But they kind of, you know, because the ACC games are going to be ACC. But you know, you could take like the LSU game, kind of like a Florida type thing. Not comparing talent, but just saying. You know, the Florida International. Crap, I done forgot what the damn schedule is. Let me.
Yeah, FAMU a little step under FIU. All I can say is the teams we play this year is a step under the teams on there, except for maybe Savannah State. Ball State a step under Toledo. FAMU a step under FIU. We don't play North Carolina.
Damn, you know what? I gotta agree with you, Studio.
Florida's a step under LSU.
I know. I'm not saying as far as talent, but I mean it's just the.
I know we've been having the same schedule, but I had to agree with Max today. I don't agree with much on their show, but But when he said this is the easiest schedule in the 30 years he been covering Miami, and I looked at it, I said, I know we be falling under that trap of easy schedule.
This schedule is
But
easy.
it is.
This is the easiest schedule. This schedule here it's easier.
No, this one we got this one coming up.
Studio. Who is the best
I just
team
showed
on
you
here?
a team. The teams we play this year are step under these teams.
Florida State is a better team. Louisville is a better team, right? Nobody in that schedule was tough. LSU was not that
I ain't saying
LSU.
that schedule was easy. I ain't saying it was easy. I ain't saying that schedule was tough. That's not what I'm saying, though.
Studio, there was the LSU was not LSU. Everybody else on that schedule was horrible. Horrible.
Everybody on our schedule is horrible too.
No, it's not. Year. Florida State has a good team. Virginia Tech has a good team. Louisville has a good team. Louisville has a good team.
Florida State ain't gonna be Florida State 13-0 Florida State, bro. We all know that.
Oh, we know that. Yes, that's not gonna happen.
Now I give you Louisville. They were 11. And they should be a little bit better. So I give you them.
South Florida gave Bama hell.
Oh no!
Oh yeah!
No,
I mean,
I'm not getting you South Florida. That was just a blip game under the radar.
Georgia Tech got better.
Florida is trash.
Now QB says he thinks USF is better than 90% of the 2018 teams.
Yeah,
and I would have to agree. But see, here's the thing.
Boy.
It's just that, what. I mean, I understand teams may be a little different. They may be a little different in talent, but how much different is the 2018 schedule than 2024, honestly?
Pull up 2024 if you will.
I don't know if y'all can see that very well because I am... So you got Florida to start with.
Trash. They predicting them on a 4-win season this year.
Florida A&M, which is kind of like your
trash. That was the worst Florida A&M has ever been. Keep in mind, this is the worst Florida. Florida not that good. They usually every now and then have a good little team that'll put some points up on you.
But again. They really didn't think LSU was that good either.
No, I felt like LSU is LSU though, bro.
Oh, I know that, but
okay.
I'm just saying again. I'm making. There's a method to this madness.
Not as a drop off as Florida had,
and I will agree with that. But
them boy had that linebacking crew, and you seen them running backs. Florida don't got none of that.
No, but Studio, you're looking at it after the fact. You're not looking at
I'm looking at it.
During that game, LSU was not like that.
I ain't saying they was, but Florida's amazing. That LSU team will smash this Florida team. Let's just say that.
Of course, I mean, but you're thinking about it after the fact. Let's think about it.
Even preseason, with them coming in ranked. Both of us was ranked.
That's true. I'll give you that.
What's the next game? Let's get it.
So Ball State this year, third game of the year. Kind of compare that to a Toledo.
Listen.
No. I'm not talking about talent wise. Just kind of the similarities. Looking at the similarities.
Hold on, Sacco. Okay. I've been betting on this football for about 10 good years. And any given year, if I had to bet line, it will be Toledo over Boston State every single time.
I understand. Yes,
because they got a program up there, bro.
I understand it, and I agree with you, but that's not what I'm getting at. What I mean is just what I'm talking about is how everybody talks about. I know everybody talks about how easy the 2024 schedule is, but how much really, seriously, how
But
different
I'm giving
is
it to
2024
you. Hold on.
to everything
Pause
else?
then. Okay, pause then. Because obviously
Yes,
you
sir.
didn't get these first 3 games. We measuring them right now. Okay. LSU will smash this Florida team, regardless. FAMU, we should put 70 on them. Okay, cancel them out. Ball State, Toledo will run circles around Ball State. Okay.
And I agree with
we should put up about 70 on them. Let's keep going. I know it's going to get a little bit more better for y'all on this ACC schedule. No. So let's get it.
Well, no, I mean, now South Florida compared to FIU. Well, I mean, South Florida, I would say South Florida probably would have done better than FIU.
Let's cancel them out.
Yeah, we can cancel them out. Okay, so looking at the ACC schedule, of course, you got your Virginia Tech, and then you got California, which we don't know.
Okay. Let's stop. Let's pause. Virginia Tech. What state was Virginia Tech in then, and what state are they in now?
I believe they were worse back then. They were kind of on their way back up. Okay, because they were doing good, and then they went down. I believe they were coming back up. Looking at their record back in 2018. Now, as far as this game goes, I honestly, I really couldn't call it because it's Virginia Tech, dude. You know,
but you called it just then. You said they was on their right. They fell off a little bit, and they was on a little bit of
come
ride.
Back, yeah.
I can say they on the downfall right now, and the bottoms. I don't know when for them right now.
Right, but again, Virginia Tech, even like in 2017,
I get you. I get it. Even swap. Let's go.
Yeah,
I get that. Because it's Virginia Tech, they're gonna try to put up a program, and they're gonna always compete against Miami.
Yeah, QB, you were right. They were ranked 20th in 2018, but they kind of went down. So California, we don't know because they got to travel across the country. It's after a bye week. You know, we just don't know. We don't have anything to compare that to 2018.
I give y'all that one. That's a tough game, unknown. We know how we do when we travel.
Honestly, that's the game that concerns me the most out of all the games other than Florida. I think California, to me, is the number one concern game.
What number game that is?
Just because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 6.
Oh, okay. Any buys before then?
Yeah. I believe it's a bye week before.
Uh-oh.
I believe.
Uh-oh. That could be the 6-0 collapse.
I believe
6-1 collapse.
But it's just these guys I don't think any of these cats have had to travel across country. You know. Now, back in the day, no big deal. But yeah. Okay, so get into ACC play. Now you got Louisville at Louisville.
That's the toughest game we got thus far.
You know, and then they come home for Florida State, which anytime Miami, Florida State plays each other, unless it's Miami, you could just throw the records out the window because odds are it's going to be pretty
They're
close.
A little bit better off than they was when we played them.
Okay, and then we finish up against Duke, at Georgia Tech, Wake Forest, and at Syracuse. And
Okay, guess what? We got to play that infamous Pitt, which is a monster up there north. Okay, we got Syracuse, which is on the down. We got Wake Forest on the down, which they were running. Now, we had to pay Wake Forest 2 years ago. When Hartman had that offense running on cylinders, that would have been scary.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Is on the come up.
But now, huh?
Georgia Tech is on the come up.
That's the weakest closeout I can remember.
At Georgia Tech.
At Georgia Tech. All right.
Again,
okay,
as
good.
It's, you know, again, last year, Okay. Again, Georgia Tech. As of 2018, Miami was only 12-11 against Georgia Tech. After that loss to Georgia Tech going into 2019, Miami and Georgia Tech are 12-12. Okay. Now, last year, Miami was supposed to blow Georgia Tech out the water. Georgia Tech's not even in the same league as Miami, and look what happened. And that's what's been true about the Miami-Georgia Tech series throughout history. You know,
hey, but you know what?
It's crazy.
But you know what though? I remember like doing my study during that time, and I remember looking. I didn't even see the game, but I was watching the box score. And I said, wait a minute, Georgia Tech could have beat Louisville. They was like leading Louisville or something. And then they collapsed in the fourth quarter. Louisville blowed them out. Well, ain't blowing them out, but they beat them by like 2 touchdowns, 17, something like that. But they were leading. I said, oh, shoot, Georgia Tech must got a little offense or something they got going on. And I was like, I'm going to keep an eye on that. And but then they collapsed and they lost their like next 2 or 3 games. And then they run up on us and blocked us. I said, ooh, I think that's crazy.
You know, so honestly, as far as ACC opponents goes, Louisville's going to be interesting.
Louisville and Florida State is on a tough game. They got Clemson, Virginia Tech ain't no high and mighty Virginia Tech like they can be. I mean, they can surprise them. A good team, obviously, but I'm not seeing that. Now, I see what y'all saying. We've been like this for several. We went through this where we look like it's an easy schedule. We still win. I understand.
You know, and I'm just looking at the last history of this being in the ACC. With the exception of 2017, it's not like Miami just come in and blew anybody out. And even with 2017, they really didn't blow anybody out in the ACC. They weren't really as dominant as they should have been. And I just don't think they're going – I think they're going to win the ACC games. And I know this contradicts the 12-0 national championship. But I just don't know if they're going to be dominant or not. That they should be.
I think our coaches be having a problem with that.
I don't know.
They don't know how to put their foot on nobody.
Oh, I agree with you. Playing this, 60 minutes of football from whistle to whistle. But again, again with this schedule, and again, only the top 2. They're not divided up into divisions. And the thing is, it's like, all right, let me get to it for just a second. Y'all bear with me just 1 second. All right. So looking at this, if this was this year, if this was 2024, not 2018, Syracuse and Clemson would have been playing. You see what I'm getting at? And even if, I don't know, with Pitt and Syracuse both being 6-2, but that's not the point. I hope Miami wins them, but, again, history really has not been kind to Miami when it comes to these schedules. Just saying. Just my opinion.
Yes,
hey, man,
I disagree with you.
You talking about that old stuff, man. We got Mario Cristobal.
I hear you. All right.
We got
Studio, I got this. The 2018 is a way easier schedule than we have now.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. But
why you say that, though, really? What's your argument? I gave you mine. What's your argument?
I mean, look at the standings. Studio, I mean, Jordan, look. We played our toughest team in the Coastal went 7-7, right? We played a 5-7 Florida State team in 2018, Miami. We played a 5-7 Florida
y'all
State
the ones. See, apparently y'all the ones looking at after the fact.
I mean, you could look at it before or after the fact, right?
Well,
First of all, the Coastal.
Because guess what? Hold on. Because guess what? Let's say after the end of this year, right? Let's say all our teams have losing records that we beat. Say all on trash. Then it become apparent. Then you'll be like, oh, this was a schedule. Ball State was 3-something. FAMU was 1-11. Syracuse was 2-10. Georgia Tech was 1-whatever. You don't know. Y'all look at that after the fact.
Studio, I mean, Jordan, bring up the schedule again. Come on, let's really think about this. Bring up this schedule, 2018 schedule.
All I say is,
think about it, man.
When you look at
hold on, Studio. Hold on, Studio. Go ahead.
But Q,
hello?
This is all I'm gonna say to you. Just when you look at the 2018 schedule, just look at the preseason standings.
Preseason hasn't come out yet.
Preseason, because you're comparing our preseason standings.
But yeah, but
we don't know what happened this year yet.
We don't have the preseason yet, and I can tell you for a fact that Virginia Tech, Florida State, and Louisville will be ranked. Right? So 3 and 3.
Okay, I know Louisville and Florida State. They the only ones gonna be ranked. I don't know about Virginia. I don't know about Virginia Tech. Syracuse ain't. Georgia Tech ain't.
Virginia Tech might be ranked before us.
They got a preseason ranking out somewhere.
I don't think.
It's not the official preseason.
I don't think the AP preseason comes out probably till August.
I tell you what. Boy, y'all better glad I ain't on my computer right now.
You better be glad.
But I mean, okay, so let's just look at the 2018 schedule. This is as if it's like we're looking at the 2018 schedule the same time that we're looking at the 2024 schedule. Preseason, we don't know. Okay. So, I mean, just going by what we see right now. All right. A 19 Florida State, a 20 Virginia Tech. Who's to say Florida State doesn't come out and be a preseason number 15 or number 10? You know, I don't know.
I believe Florida State.
I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, I do.
You know, I agree. I believe Virginia Tech might be ranked. Louisville probably be ranked. Florida State will probably be ranked.
Right now, They have Florida State predicted coming in at number 10.
Okay, number 10. So basically, this is how our schedule has lined up for the last however long. You'll have about 2 or 3 ranked schools. You might have somebody in the top 10. But we've had usually about 2 or 3, maybe 4 preseason ranked teams on the schedule. You know, which is probably what's going to happen again this year. You know, I'm sure Miami will probably come in, say, number 20, just because. Okay, I'm just throwing a number out there. I don't know. All right. And it's going to be the same wash, rinse, and repeat all over again, because every time we do these episodes, it's the same damn thing. We look at the schedule. It looks about the same. And then we get to the end and the final rankings look about the same. And here we are, 2024. Honestly, in my opinion, it looks the same to me. It just may be different degrees of talent, but it still looks the same. You know?
Cristobal, the X Factor.
Exactly. Cristobal is the X Factor. But I'm not going to say anything just yet. But I mean, again, let's go ahead and get into those final season statistics right quick, shall we? Let's get into this here. Let me do that. Give me one more time. There we go. All right, so the good thing is Miami outscored their opponent 374 to 253. They averaged 28.8 points a game. The opponent's 19.5. So that's not bad. Rushing, Miami had almost 2,500 yards rushing. I'm sorry.
That's better than that point differential is better than our 2017 season.
Oh yeah. I mean, it wasn't very high score. I mean, yeah, Miami had that 77-0 thrashing of Savannah State, but other than that, they had the LSU game was kind of a big differential, but other than that, nothing really was. Well, the Wisconsin, the Pinstripe Bowl was pretty big, but other than that, it wasn't so bad, and. The rushing yardage, Miami had almost 2,500 and held their opponent to 1,863 per game. Miami, I mean, look at this. Miami was averaging 191.5 yards a game rushing. That's got to make Mario happy. That's what he wants. But they were giving up 143 yards a game to the opponent. They averaged 20. They had 25 rushing touchdowns, passing yards, 2,100 yards passing to the opponent, 1,800. But you had them 14 interceptions. That's a little over one interception a game. The opponent was giving up 16. Average per pass was 6.1 for Miami, 5.6 for the opponent, but average per catch, 112 to 10. Now, average per game on the passing yardage is only 167 yards. That should be up there around 250 to 300. They only average 167 passing yards a game. But the opponent only averaged 135. So that's not bad. Total offense, Miami outdid the opponent by 1,000 yards with almost 10 plays less. Looking at the average per play on total offense, Miami was 5.6 yards to 4.3 on the opponents. All right. So Miami had 20 fumbles. They lost 12. The opponent had 17 fumbles and only lost 9. So, and a lot of these fumbles, it was in there in the inclement weather, like the Duke game and so forth. But, third down conversion. Now this, it's a positive. 41% third down conversion rate. 41%. They were 72 of 177. 41%. That's not bad at all. That's some of the highest numbers we've seen. The opponent was only 25%. Fourth down, 43%. But anyway. So Miami had 40 sacks. The defense had 40 sacks, but the offense gave up 27. Miami was 85% in the red zone scoring. Unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. I'm looking at PATs, but they did score 67% of the time was a touchdown. So, but the defense was allowing the opponent to score 82% of the time in the red zone. It's not looking good for Manny. Now, this is interesting. It's been a few episodes, but Miami was outscored by 22 points in the first quarter right there. That's the first time I remember seeing him being outscored in a quarter since the D'Onofrio days, I think, which would have been like 2 or 3 episodes ago. All right, so let's look at some final personnel statistics. So Homer busts the 1,000-yard mark. Let's see if I can make that a little bigger. This stuff is kind of small. Here we go. There we go. All right, so Homer was averaging 6 yards a carry. He had 4 touchdowns. His longest was 70. He was averaging almost 76 yards a game. Well, I said he hit 1,000. No, his net was 985. He lost 34. I'm sorry, read it wrong. All right, DJ was 617. I mean, he was only averaging 47 yards. Rozier had 300 yards and Perry 169. Cameron come in 166. Lorenzo 136. It looks like DJ and Malik were both tied with 6 rushing touchdowns apiece to lead the team. All right, passing. So Nkosi comes in, true freshman. Again, we've kind of said this for the last every year. They throw a freshman to the fire. But in 11 game appearances, Nkosi only threw 6 interceptions. So, I mean, that's not bad considering. He did throw for almost 1,100 yards. He averaged just about 100 yards a game, 13 touchdowns. He was a 51% completion percentage. Malik, he had the 8 interceptions. He played in 8 games. He had 1,053 yards, so they're almost nip and tuck on yards. He only had 6 touchdowns, but he was averaging 131, 32 yards a game. Hey, you know, there was a lot of talk. I remember a lot of talk through that season whether or not Nkosi should have been the starting quarterback over Malik. But again, I take you back to what I said earlier. That offensive line just wasn't. It was interesting. But anyway, as far as receiving goes, Mr. Jeff Thomas, he had the most. He had 563 yards. Cager had 374. And then you get to Brevin, true freshman. The whiff comes in with 37 yards. Cager had the most. He had the most receiving touchdowns at 6. As far as receptions, of course, Jeff Thomas had 35, and plus he was averaging 51 yards a game. But as you can see, a lot of folks touch the ball. Yeah, I'm not worried about Bubba Baxter. Okay, we looked at that. Okay, looking at the defensive stats. It looks like Dean, Bandy, and Redwine all led the defense with 3 interceptions apiece. Javante Dean had 46 yards of interception returns. His longest was 25, but Romeo had that one for 83. I believe that was against. Oh, crap. Who was that against? That must have been against North Carolina. I believe that was North Carolina. Anyway. Where is... Uh-oh. Where are my other defensive stats? Oh, I know where they are. Here we go. All right. So, Jaquan Johnson was the leading tackler on the team at 92. Let's see. It looks like Willis. What you talking about, Willis? He had 18 tackles for loss. He led the team on tackles for loss. As far as sacks goes, it looks like Mr. Joe Jackson had 9. He led all the defense on sacks. Interceptions, like I said, Red Wine, Bandy, and Dean all had 3. Fumble recovery looks like, let's see if I can see this. It looks like Garvin and Bandy both led the defense with 2 apiece. Yeah. So for the year, I'm at to back it out a little bit here. So for the year, the defense had 136 tackles for loss. Looks like they had 40 sacks on the year. I think we talked about that a while ago. They had the 9 fumble recoveries. And they had, 16 interceptions. All right. Now, looking at our defensive averages. A little something I came up with the other day. A couple episodes ago. So in 2018, per game, the defense was giving up 136 yards passing, almost a touchdown a game, and the opposing quarterback was 53% completion rate. Rushing, they were giving up 143 yards per game, and an average of 3.6 yards a carry and about a touchdown a game. So the pass defense yards per game actually went down significantly from the first 2 years as Diaz as defensive coordinator. The completion percentage of the opposing quarterback came down pretty good from the first 2 years. Now, the run defense, the rushing defense, yards per game, it kind of middle of the road. It wasn't as bad as 2017. It was a little bit better. And of course, the yards per carry, kind of the same. Now, if you look at the law of averages, now, of course, Diaz has had 3 seasons, compared to the last 2 under Mario. And now he had Steele and Guidry. I know that. But that Diaz defenses were giving up only 117 a game passing on average in 3 years to 225 for the Mario regime. The quarterback was averaging in 3 years under Manny 55.5%, under Manny 2.0, 59% completion rate. And this was pretty interesting. I give them props that Manny 2.0 was only giving up 125 yards and rushing yards a game. Manny 1.0 was giving up almost 142. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. As far as yards per carry, got a little bit more yards per carry, but still not much. So, other than the passing, it is what it is. All right. And that is your 2018 season. Also, in case you did not know, 2018 was Rick's last year. He decided to step down in December, the end of December, I believe it was. And then
Pause 1 second.
Okay.
At the end of the season, South Coast came when Mark Rick said, I'm going to retire, I'm giving my salary back.
Right.
Who did you want at that time?
Oh my God, I don't know, because hell, by the time I even had a chance to start thinking, boom, they done hired somebody. That is a good question, though. I honestly, I really didn't know. I really didn't, I guess, think about it. Only for the simple fact that it was bam, bam, bam. You know, Rick's leaving, and then like 4 hours later, Diaz is coming back from Temple. You know?
Yeah. That's why, I mean, that's why our administration has been screwing over the program for the longest time. You cannot hire Manny within seconds.
No.
You cannot hire Mario before even there is even an opening. Right? Like, go and try to get the best person that's going to fit your program, not
if
the fan, not the fan, whoever the fans want.
Right. And then, to be honest with you, this is just my opinion. Y'all can nail me to the cross. I don't care. But I am very adamantly against Miami hiring former players for any athletic position. Any type of coach position, Miami does not need to hire former players. I'm sorry. The reason why I feel that way is, tell me a former player that's come back to coach a team that's been successful.
Kirby Smart.
You know, it's like, okay, I talked about earlier, JD Arteaga, another lazy hire. Baseball just lost one of their talented young men to the portal. Since Mario's gotten here, ain't done shit, and people are leaving. I'm sorry.
Shannon.
You know, Shannon was a hellified defensive coordinator.
So was Manny.
He was, but, you know, as far as Shannon with the head coach,
should not have been a head coach.
I think what I've said about Manny 1.0 probably holds true with Randy. Is maybe Manny should have went to the Temple.
Yeah.
To the smaller school. You know, maybe now, of course, Mario went to FIU, but that didn't help matters any. But, you know, Randy, if he would have, and again, you got to realize the situation Randy walked into also with all the stuff going on. But again, I'm not being a Randy apologist, but I think if Mr. Shannon would have went to a smaller school, got his feet wet, kind of learned the trade, honed his skill, then I think he'd have been excellent. Because unfortunately, I don't think the man's had a head coaching gig since.
And that's messed up.
It is. You know,
Willie Taggart
really
got
is.
a coach. Willie Taggart got a job after being fired at Florida State.
Right.
Willie.
But, you know, honestly, I think and again, Mario just keeps being the anomaly, because I was going to say, you know, they all should start at a smaller school, work their way up. But, you know, how many wins did Mario have at FIU? Like 3?
You don't understand the situation at FIU.
I'm just.
Cuba Kane had hit it on the head, though. He said the administrators have been screwing with our program when Mark Rick stepped down. But listen, I told y'all before that the Mark Rick hire was a sabotage. And they already knew he was going to stop in mid-program rebuild for his health concern. And Mark Rick admitted it, that he knew he had this, at Georgia before he took the Miami job. Go listen to his interview. And I used to wonder when I was skeptical when they hired Mark Richt. I said, why is we taking him from Georgia? It don't even make sense in the beginning. But everybody was like, ooh, we were so tired of Golden and all that. So everybody was happy with it. They wanted to remember Mark Richt couldn't get over the hump. They preferred to get a coach that couldn't get over the hump opposed to the losing ways. But then I was like, nah, something ain't right about it. And then during his coaching time, you can watch, he forgetful. And I used to think he had Parkinson's. Well, I say Alzheimer's, but it was Parkinson's. I called it. I said, man, he must got Alzheimer's. And it comes out, he knew he had Parkinson's. And it showed. And it showed, how could you forget the weapons and the plays you got stuck on? You remember that gang sock? Okay, you got a good memory. He ran a little screenplay to Barrios, like 5 or 6 plays in a row, and we kept stinging him all the way down the field with it.
Yeah.
I said, see, when you're in rhythm, go ahead with it. And then he just forgot about it.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's play a little what if. What if? What if Miami could have hired Mark Richt back in 2001 when Butch left?
I think that would have been a better setup for his career. That would have been better for him because he would have had that talent. So.
Well, and the reason why
I disagree.
You know,
he would have did better than Coker, though. Do you agree with that?
No, because he was a Bible thumping. He wanted to be Bobby Bowden, right? And that roster, that team was not ready to be Bobby Bowden, Bible thumping players. And I'm a Bible thumper. It's just, I don't think the program was ready to do all of that.
I mean, I've thought about this. I have thought about it. I've kind of thought maybe Rick was like, if they would have got him like 10 or 15 years earlier, maybe. But it's just something I threw out because, everybody always wanted Mark Richt because he was at Georgia, this and that. But, it was an interesting hire because think about this. If Golden would have got rid of D'Onofrio, I think Golden had something going on because you think about that 2017 team that everybody talks so highly of. That was mostly Golden's players.
I don't care what anybody tells me. You could debate me if you want. Golden is a better recruiter than Mario.
Look at the names. Look at the teams.
And the reason why I say that is because he knows how to evaluate talent. And I don't like Golden. My avatar for the longest time was him looking like a clown, right? But Golden is an elite recruiter, not Mario. I can tell you that right now.
You just look at the folks he brought in. I mean, that's all you got to do.
He's had more number 1 draft picks than the elite Mario Cristobal as head coach. And Golden was a horrible head coach.
He was.
Golden had to deal with the portal era.
Say it again.
What?
The Golden didn't have to deal with the portal era.
So the portal, the portal helps, quote unquote, instead of hurts you.
I mean, again, the portal is just another tool. I mean, it's just another, opportunity to build your team up. But, speaking of tools, I was thinking about this today. I wonder when that new NCAA game drops in July? I wonder if Mario's going to use that as a coaching simulation tool to help him out.
Shit.
You think he's going to stay up late playing that to help him out?
So this is I'm just looking at Golden's classes, right?
Right.
Mario has yet to recruit a player like Duke Johnson.
Or Brad Kaya.
Or Brad Kaya. Or Tracy Howard.
Tracy Howard. Rayshawn Scott, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Rayshawn Scott.
You know, yeah.
And Tracy Howard was a bust to me.
What was that?
Tracy Howard was a bust to me.
He was a bust, but he was a top DB in the nation.
I get you. 5-star. I get you.
Yeah, we still haven't recruited a top DB. I mean, look, he got Philip Dorsett, Rayshawn Scott.
Yep.
Man, Anthony Chickalo.
Yep.
Man,
I mean, again,
y'all be loving up on Mario, man, and his elite recruiting.
None of the coaches. I'm a Miami Hurricane fan.
Oh yes. Yeah,
nah, you're a Mario Cristobal fan.
No, I'm not, boy.
Oh wow.
Boy. None of them.
You don't love the you don't love the Kings like that.
Hold on. I was always wondering why they want Mario Cristobal so bad. And he never showed. I wanted an NFL guy. I would have definitely preferred what his name is? Ken Dorsey. I would have took Ken Dorsey over Mario. I would have took that offensive guru in the NFL before Mario.
Damn.
I think I would rather take. I'd rather take somebody with no ties.
7-5.
No ties.
You don't think he could get better than that? Huh?
Golden recruited Artie Burns, Stacey Coley, and Aquadine Muhammad. Jesus.
I would love. I mean, no disrespect to Ken Dorsey, but I would prefer to have somebody with no ties to University of Miami. It worked before, you know. But don't get me. I mean, I would like to see him come in and help with, say, the quarterbacks or maybe an offensive coordinator type, assistant type. I don't know, but he's making NFL money, bro. He ain't coming back. You know, but I understand what you're saying. And honestly, I'll be honest, it's really hard. It's really hard not to fall into that trap of, you know, wanting Ken Dorsey to come coach at Miami because of the talent he had at quarterback, you know, the mental talent and the success he's had in the NFL. But I just don't know if it would transpose to Miami.
But guess who else I would have rather had than Mario?
Who's that?
Airbnb.
I don't know.
For Mario. I know he got an NFL mind. I know he got an NFL mind. He's not going to make the boneheaded coaching decision Mario will make.
I hate. My thing is, you need some type of college football understanding, program wise, not on the field. Off the field.
In the Colorado.
Nah, I would not. No.
Well, I guess what? Guess what? Though we finna see because UCLA hired him as his offensive coordinator.
Yeah, which is good, right? So I would hire him after UCLA.
Well, should we let the Mario
keep it defend? Up? We're gonna be flying the plane, asking for Benjamin to come right on over.
Pac-12 champion, you have any rebuttal to all this talk about your man Mario?
I mean, Mario won the Pac-12 in the Rose Bowl.
He did beat Ryan Day at the Horseshoe.
And he beat Wisconsin, something that we can't do.
True. He did do that.
So
Well,
So,
I mean, we're gonna find out this season. I tell you that. We are definitely going to find that out.
No excuses. 12-0.
damn, that was tight.
Let's see.
Is it game time?
Game time. Who's playing?
The game show.
Oh! I'm sorry. I'm just kind of looking at some of these recruits that he had come in. You know what? Oh crap! Where'd he go? There we go.
This is the portal era, though. Mario has a chance to do better than the recruit because he can get the ones that's already proven themselves in college.
Exactly, because that's just the type of guy that he is.
I knew I could get back. I said that just for Pac-12. He bid on it too. I knew he was going to say that.
Because he's built 2 programs before.
Where the hell did I put it?
I don't think people understand how bad of a situation he inherited.
We just better hope the NCCA. We better hope the NCCA. They finna ask Congress for immunity, and they're gonna be like, "Hey, we're gonna give them 22%. Give us immunity." We better hope they don't get that. We need the NCAA to die and go away, because if not, Miami may never be back.
Whoa! Hold on. Who is this Studio One that I'm talking about? Because you know what I'm saying. Because Studio One, me and Jordan brought this issue up a while ago, and now you want to get on the same page. Remember when I said that if we go 12-0, huh?
I'm the conspiratorial dude, so you know I've been on the NCAA.
I know, I hear you, but this is one thing that me and Jordan said. If we go 12-0 or whatever, plus 11 games, would Miami offer Mario Cristobal a contract extension and pay him up to $10 to $15 million per year?
Yes, because they paying Messi.
But guess what? We in the win-win situation. Because if they don't, most of us would be happy.
They paying Messi.
Nah, I would not. Because that's putting the program backwards. Again, my whole thing is this.
As far as you saying, he doing that already by doing this 12-0 year.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. What's going to happen? That's why my name is Cuba Damas, right? He's going to go 12-0, right?
Yep,
and then he's going to tell Miami, "Hey, you need to give me a raise, or else Michigan might have a coaching open, Florida might have a coaching open, Ohio State might have a coaching open, Alabama might have a coaching open, right?" And what's going to happen is those schools are going to offer Mario the bag because they're like, "Oh, he's an elite recruiter. He gets elite players, so on and so forth." Then we're going to be in some deep doo.
The Columbus Mafia, they got bread. So they ain't worried about all that. They ain't worried about that. The Columbus Mafia.
Oh no, we get the right coach.
That boy got Messi. Them boys outbid the Saudis for Messi. So you think them country boys, them Hicks, what they call them Hicks?
No, Messi's wife made that happen.
It don't matter who made it. Well, Jessica gonna make it happen or whatever. My wife name is. My coach.
All right. Y'all ready to play everybody's favorite game?
I mean, yeah.
All right. Let's do it. This is everybody's favorite game. Of course, we are still working on the play at home version where you and your family and friends and neighbors can do this whenever.
We can't do that because from between 2004 and 2023, that stuff don't exist. So you just making up stuff. That's what I heard today.
Well, I
Nothing counts.
I have an elaborate scheme.
Nothing counts. Nothing counts from 2004 to 2023.
Oh well, it'd be all right.
Mr. The Missile. Oh boy.
All right, quarterback room.
Tired of receiving the ball.
Quarterback. You got Rozier, Perry, Weldon. I'm not really worried about, but 2018 versus 2024, and you can go ahead and include Cam, the South Beach Savior, Judd, Dunker, shirtless Dunker, and I guess Nickelback's still coming. So
Nickelback.
So I tell you what, let's start with the Pac-12 champion first. We'll let him go first. What do you think?
2018 is not as good. So damn, that's a pick.
So you got 2018 as a downgrade then.
Massive downgrade.
Yeah. And I would agree.
Damn. I almost threw that motherfucker away.
Well, don't throw it away.
2018 downgrade.
I thought that motherfucker to scaling.
Studio.
We had unanimous decision.
That's a good.
This is the first unanimous decision I can remember. Downgrade.
Right.
Yeah.
Mario finally getting his players in here,
All right, running back. Now, don't forget you still got Cameron Davis in the room and Lorenzo Lingard, he was a 5-star. He was one of the few 5-stars on the team. But he
5 stars.
Yeah.
We didn't start getting 5 stars. The Mario got here.
Well, this is rivals.
Y'all out here over romanticizing the talent.
Homer and DJ were way better.
Throw it away.
DJ Dallas with that new dude, boy. We just ain't used. We used him, but we ain't used him.
He ain't Damon Martinez.
Let me see who we got. We got Damien, right? This transfer guy.
The transfer guy. You gotta get his name together, man. It's disrespectful.
Then I'm just thinking of running. I'm trying to give a fair assessment.
Damn. I don't want to.
I'll take the running back 2018. That's an upgrade. But Trevor Homer and Dallas in the NFL. Cleon Gray ain't used properly.
My man, what the fuck kind of defense is he running? Oh, man.
Sound like he playing mad right now.
Anyway, I'm going to take 2018 as an upgrade.
Damn.
Now, receivers. Now, I failed to mention, but
damn.
2018, Amon ended up with that injury that took him out. So,
These niggas ain't got no corners like this.
And he really didn't play in 2018. So
man, why am I throwing the ball?
I don't know, man. I don't know. So you got Langham, Cager, Hightower caught a few, but Jeff Thomas, Mike Harley.
Oh, that's hard.
Oh man, yeah, I didn't hear the name JoJo Trader, so you already know downgrade.
What you think, Cuban?
2018.
Oh wow, you're such a hater.
Cager, Jeff Thomas, Harley.
Who the hell is Cager? Who is that?
We got some big receivers, a small one. What I will say is I'd rather have
the hell
all
coming
our little
around.
freshmen and young receivers than them second string guys. Now, Mom Richard, Jeff Thomas, to me, they kind of, I take 2024, man. This is
Damn.
I still was kind of pissed off at my receiving core. Jeff Thomas dropped passes. Mom Richards definitely dropped passes. Lawrence Cajun ain't really do nothing till he went to Georgia. Brian Hartog, he made that one nice catch, a couple, and then we never seen him again. Darren Langle got too fat or something. Or didn't he transfer or leave?
No,
Darren Langle when they caught that catch for it, he got tight end weightish. I'll take our receiver this year. I just think our receiver this year, they're kind of electric, man. They really is.
I think I'm going to have to go 2018 as an upgrade just because of what Langham and Cager, Thomas, and Harley. I mean, Harley was just a sophomore, because right now, do we know who the starting three, or do we even think we know what a depth chart is on the wide receivers for 2024?
Yeah.
You got Xavier.
Xavier Restrepo, and Jacoby George.
And, man, it's difficult, but that damn Jeff Thomas wasn't no joke, man. And then you had Harley.
All right, he was fast, but Jacoby George and him watch out to me.
No. If you give Jeff Thomas a fresh TVD, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, because I was just going to say, with the offensive line worries in 2018, and that was causing a lot of hurry ups and deflections and bad passes and stuff from Rozier and Nkosi. If you take these 2018 receivers and put them on 2024, oh man, it's not even close. So I'm going to say 2018 is an upgrade. Did we hear from Mario's man? I think.
Yeah, I already told you.
Yeah, you said there was no JoJo Trader on here.
There's no JoJo Trader. So, I don't even know why this I don't even know how the conversation even went past my commentary.
I don't know. We weren't paying attention. I was actually listening to your game you're playing. All right, tight end. Me personally, it's not even close. 2018 as an upgrade.
Whoa. They don't have Elijah Lofton over there.
Yeah, don't even ask me. Just pass me.
Studio, you got anything?
Oh man, what the?
2018 is an upgrade. Reverend Jordan, Will Mallory.
Before he was the whiff.
Now we saying what his name is. Arroyo could be one of these great ones, but he ain't did it yet. So
yeah. All right, I could tell you right now, I'll take 2024. I'll take 2018 as a downgrade on offensive line.
Yes, sir. Jair Jones, Gauthier, Corey Gaynor, Hayden Mahoney, Cleveland Reed. Oh my goodness.
Before you keep going, because there was a friend of mine, I'm not gonna. His name was Huru the Guru, right? He said we never had big lines. So St. Louis 6'5", 315. Jair Jones 6'4", 316. Tyler Gauthier 6'5", 300. Mahoney 6'5", 300. Navon 6'6", 340. I'm putting all myths. I'm burning up all your myths out here in these streets. Talking about we had small lines. Like Studio One said before, we don't have small lines. It's just that myth that's getting pushed out here.
Now they have size, but they didn't have Kehoe, so I got to take 2018 as a downgrade.
I agree.
I'm not saying they're not talented. They just never.
Another warning for everybody.
Well, they ain't had Mirabal coaching either.
One second. Another warning for everybody. Navon was offensive lineman ACC of the year, freshman of the year. Then second year was, what was that second year, man?
He ain't a married no. He ain't a married Noah. He ain't got no brother that play linebacker.
I ain't gonna lie, this is the few years between this year's and all the way through Manning where I noticed our offensive linemen did not know who to block. They'll sit there, be looking in space, blocking no one. Ever since Mario got here, I don't know if it's Mario's fault or if it's Mirabal's fault, but ever since they've got here, the line has I don't know. They know who to block, bro.
Exactly.
And I realized they did something different when Leonard Taylor in the interview say, man, they doing something that they doing this little thing here and it hitting you in the ribs and they be hurting it. I said, ooh, the offensive line actually learning some fucking technique for a change.
Exactly.
No.
I gotta give him credit where credit due, bro. I know.
No. Here we go, studio. Here we go. All right, studio. Let me ask you a question, studio. If Mallory is playing on last year's line, does the line look like this?
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they don't need Mallory.
He got me.
You forgot how
I know you stuck on the theory that they bring in this offensive lineman help from the tight end, and that was their whole point. But I disagree with that.
What's up, traveling fools? I ain't seen you in a while. How you been, man?
Bro.
But
no,
Mario. You know why I said
so how come you don't? How come you don't take the first year?
Xavier Restrepo to do the same job Will Marlery would do.
Hold on, studio. So why don't you take the first year sample size and you take the second year sample size?
I remember the first year Mario came to offensive line a little way better. The second year, they look.
Are you serious?
It looked way better than the previous years.
No,
I ain't saying it was all that, but it looked better.
Mallory couldn't block to save his ass anyway. That's why it was called the whiff.
Oh.
I mean, the whiff. Anyway, so who hasn't answered the offensive line question yet?
We all answered.
Okay, we did. All right. Okay, let's move over to the defensive line, shall we? We're going to go, I would have to take 2018 as an upgrade just because only thing I know of is Bain. And maybe a Mesidor, maybe.
And Gerald Willis, I'm sorry. I would take Gerald Willis over Bain any day. I'll take Gerald Willis. I'm sorry, there's gonna be blasphemy. You might get kicked out of the program.
No. That's an interesting point, though. Because Willis wasn't no slouch.
Yeah, he was. He reminded me of the old.
He was.
Bro. I agree with that.
To me, Gerald Willis was the second best defensive tackle since Warren Sapp.
I would not argue that.
Who the first best is Warren Sapp?
Is Warren Sapp number one?
No, you said since Warren Sapp. You said second best, like there was somebody in between that too.
No.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now, but I just thought you were meaning.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of through.
He about the best one since then. Yeah, I agree with that. Ken Norton was the closest, maybe.
No, it was Woolfolk. Woolfolk was
he was good.
Yeah, Woolfolk. Yeah, no, Woolfolk and them in the same category.
Yeah, but I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but then you start getting into your Jerome Browns and all. Oh, we could be here all.
No,
but anyway,
that's previous. The last one we had, the last great one we had.
The last great, I would probably say so. I'm sorry,
Willis was,
Willis was good. And then don't forget you got Nasty Nesta just coming in as a freshman.
Yeah, he was a disappointment.
Yeah, he kind of was. But I mean, at the time, it was nice to have somebody. But
I saw him make a big play on one of them highlights you showed earlier. When he knocked the dude back into the punter. I forgot what game that was.
Yeah, he pushed him back into it. But that was
Savannah State.
Oh, so I mean, you gotta take that with a grain of salt. But I'm gonna take 2018 as an upgrade on defensive line, only for the simple fact that we don't know who's on the defensive line except for Bain and maybe Mesidor.
I never should taking Joe Garvin and Joe Jackson.
We got Marley Cook. He can squat 700. We got C.J. Clark, who was simply unblockable when we played NC State. We got Elijah Austin, who, according to PFF, was a 90 pass rush. We got 5-star Justin Scott, 5-star Marcus Lightfoot. We got Malik Bryant, who ran Jaden Wayne away. So I don't think y'all understand what we got going on over here.
And I'll take the Spider, Jonathan Garvin, Joe Jackson, Gerald Willis. Yeah, upgrade 2018.
Y'all just hate, man. It's okay, though.
Well, anyway, all I know is that Bain and Mesidor. I haven't seen these other cats play for Miami, so
oh my God.
I'm just saying. It's one thing. I don't mean to be no disrespect. Not trying to be an asshole, but whatever you did at What's Amada, you fantastic. But I haven't seen you do anything at Miami yet.
Thank you.
That's all I'm saying.
You ain't goddamn. I bag you back, son.
All right. Excuse me. Linebackers.
Kiko Marinoa.
I'll take this is a downgrade, man. I hate to say it because I was in love with these three when they first got here. But by the time they junior years, they became a liability. I don't know why. Shaq still was holding the paint in. He was a little slow, tad slow, but he was built like a tank. Zach McCloud, we know what happened to him. Pittman got too cute. He wanted to be pretty boy Floyd. And they dropped off, bro. And we got ran down our throat with these linebackers, man. They pissing me off by the time they junior year. And I'm dumping them. Maybe you say we ain't have a linebacker since D lineman since Sap. Well, we ain't had that linebacker like Myra Goer since who? Perriman?
John Beeson.
Beeson, yeah.
Yeah. He in that category of linebacker. Yeah, John Beeson. He might be better than John Beeson too.
Now I know the rest of the linebackers young, but I would take my chances with cute boy Pickney and Zach McCloud. They moved to DN and they ain't nowhere to play him.
He's an athlete.
Well, one thing, go back to what I agree with what Cuban said during the LSU game. If there hadn't have been all this substituting out like that, kept Quarterman in there, could have been a different story. But from what I've saw, when it came to the linebackers in the secondary, it was kind of like they did seem a little slow. They seemed a little undisciplined. In other words,
so you don't come out and do that.
Not staying at home and whatever. And then it seemed like they seemed to be out of position every now and then. And I really can't blame them for that, but I can. But I got to go 2018 linebacker crew as an upgrade just because all I know of is Kiko and Bassnectar. You still with us, Cuban? Cuban must be taking a potty
No, I'm
break.
here. I thought. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't know I was on mute. No,
that's okay.
I agree with you.
Oh. All right. Now,
let's even skip this. Don't even talk about this.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, just for the simple fact that I don't know who the defensive secondary is going to consist of for 2024 or whatever, I'll take 2018 as an upgrade.
I got here Studio Cristobal.
I don't know now. I like I say this, but I cornered, boy. I had a problem with slow Trajan Bandy. He made that one big play at Notre Dame, and DJ Ivy, we know what he was about. Robert Noel, he didn't get good to his last year. Noel got real good senior year, though. I give him that. I like Jaquan Johnson, Mark Carter. They were around the ball. Michael Jackson. Oh, this is kind of hard, man, because none of this, they not that good, man. I second there. Jaquan Johnson was pretty good. Wasn't in the league. A little bit short, but he was somewhere always around the ball. I liked him. He played hard.
But you also remember this 2018 defense gave up less yards per game passing than the previous year. They weren't that bad.
That's a D line, Joe Jackson.
I'm just saying the defense. I didn't say defensive second. I just saying the defense. You
I'm just wondering. You're trying to put that in my analysis before I overrate that. That's all I was thinking. But
well, I mean, it.
I was just thinking of who we got. Who are our starters? Not Cone. That's the only problem. We don't know.
Pac-12, would you like to answer the depth chart question for the 2024 defensive back?
Oh man, we got Mish Powell. He played for a national championship.
I give him credit. He played for why he played pretty decent.
Yeah, he played for a national championship.
Who's our cornerback though?
And then Daryl Porter, he
Oh, I forgot about Porter over both of them cornerbacks.
You'll take who?
If I had to say, man, who you gonna start right now? That what you started Bailey, what you started Ivy, or what you started Porter? I'd take Porter.
Man, look at here, Studio. 4 people on that safety on the not in the safety on that cornerbacks and safeties are in the NFL, man. Come on now. Like, let's be serious.
Yeah, I know DJ. Well, I'm just looking at they perform. I understand DJ. I made it.
Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson, Devontae Jaquan Johnson, Mark Carter, Cedric Wine, and DJ Ivy made the NFL.
Well,
I don't see that happening.
See, you're after the fact again. See, we get to see the whole entire career of these players.
That's fine. I only see one DB probably getting drafted, and that's Damari Brown. The rest of them dudes,
we don't have that ability to project that for these players. So that's why I'm trying to give them a more fair judgment. Y'all, that's why y'all a little biased and y'all ain't considering that.
Exactly, Studio, they biased.
I had to go with 2018. 2018 upgrade just because the only thing I know is Powell and Porter.
Yeah.
I don't know about our depth. At least I know our depth here. We got Mark Carter coming in. Knowles pretty straight. Even though DJI was in, I wonder if it was because of the defensive scheme with him. So it was close though. I went with 2018 upgrade.
It ain't no damn close. You need education, Studio.
Man, Michael Jackson wasn't all that. Be honest.
What the fuck?
I don't know. Well, anyway, I thank y'all for playing the upgrade downgrade game. Hopefully next game will be even more interesting. So, yeah, as we were saying before the game, Rick is out, Diaz is in, Prodigal Son 1.0 is coming home. 2019 is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Try to look at something right quick. Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. All I can say is Manny 1.0 did in his first year did better than Manny 2.0 in his first year
and second year.
Well, I was going to be nice.
Oh.
So the next few episodes, well, yeah, the next 3 episodes, and then we're in we're in the Manny 2.0 territory. Holy crap. We're doing good, gentlemen. We're doing good. But yeah, I think the wait a minute. Let's see something. Oh yeah, 2019. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I was looking at something. I thought, with 2019, I had to look and see, and I was right. So yeah. 2019 is going to be fun, exciting, intriguing, but it was still better than 2022. But that's really all I have. I tell you what, Mr. Studio One, you have any final words, thoughts, opinions, ideas?
No, all that I say, man, I'm with Miami Hurricane. I don't give a damn who the coach is. If they ain't succeeding, they're out of here. I go for Mario, Manning, whoever they is. I just think that they might be still messing with our program. But I'm glad the NCAA is at a standstill. So no anomaly, because it seems like every time something going good, something happens. Like the D-Tag, like all of a sudden he want to up and leave. That just sounds like some more sabotage that's happening no one knows. He just even that defensive tackle we got transferred from Alabama last year, Burrows. And all of a sudden they're like, nah, he off the team. I'm like, damn, they won't let us get on them the lead D tackle. They keep snatching them from us. They make something happen to them. I mean, it just be weird. It just be weird, man. So just keep your fingers crossed. Hopefully the NCAA, they hands tied right now and they'll leave us alone for our 12-0 year. Now, if they get that power, that immunity, they're going to come back hunting for us. So you might be right, Mario. Might get the hell out of Dodge then. That's it.
All right, Cubadamus, what you got for us?
What I got is I'm still holding my truth. South Coast Kane and Studio One are a bunch of softies and traitors. I'm calling y'all out, letting bullshit fly. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All right, Pac-12 champion, Mario's man. What you got for us?
11-1.
12-0. 12-0
Sir.
with a national championship appearance.
My ask Pac-12 who that one loss may be, or who is it most likely to be to?
It's out of Syracuse and Cal.
Another 11-0 and then go 11-1.
Do you do one of your another coaching blunders? Because you seem to pick the two least competitive teams other than in the Division One that we got.
We don't know because Cal has one of the best running backs in college football. They have a very good young quarterback. We haven't looked at what they've done in the portal. And then I think by the time Syracuse rolls around, you just got to think we play the meat of our schedule at a certain time. And then you got to take into consideration, well, you play the meat of your schedule at a certain time. You know, you may overlook an opponent. So
I was just going to say, I got you.
Kind of like Pittsburgh in 2017. But my final thoughts is that damn little Nevin. He had all that. He was talking all that BS about what he did and everything. But, you know, when he was allegedly bringing these players in is when we started this rise of the fall. So, you know, I don't know what he thought he was doing, but it didn't work. But other than that, let's see, it's June, the 1st of June, first part of June. So we're about 3 months out. Hopefully within the next couple of months, we'll start getting some sense of a depth chart. Hopefully we can get a better idea of how this 2024 team starts to shape up. And one thing I might do is, bless you, I think. It's all right. I don't know what's going on over there at the Pac-12 championship, but it sounds pretty intense. But anyway, hopefully with my newfound information, these sites that I found, I can maybe do like a post-game couple of days after, depending on when they upload their information. I can have I don't know. I don't want to say rise of the fall, but we can kind of go in depth on the game if we want to. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, I appreciate y'all stopping by. I thought my highlight thing were going to work, but I misjudged. But who cares? I'm not getting paid to do this. So next time we will discuss 2019. I don't know what I'm going to call it, but we're going to start talking about 2019, the Manny 1.0 regime.
1.0 regime.
Because, you know, there was those memes going around of Mario face on the Scarface sitting in the chair, I think it was, or whatever. But, yeah, it's been fun. We have done our usual average 4-hour show. But it was fun. I appreciate everybody coming out. I appreciate Cubadamas, you know, Studio One, Pac-12 champion. Appreciate y'all coming out. I mean, I know Cuban's upset because nobody agreed with him, but it's okay.
He's not a real Kane fan.
Facts.
He's talking about he's not a real Kane fan.
Oh, here we go. But
I'm not a groupie fan like, you know, these Mario people out here.
But thanks to everybody who was here in the chat. Israel, I appreciate you coming by. I appreciate the work you and Ike are doing. Miss Ellen, QB, Traveling Fools. I guess Katie must have had a hot date tonight, or she probably had something going on. Did I miss anybody? No, I think that's everybody. And to anybody who was watching in the back row, thank you for stopping by. Anybody who watches this later, I appreciate it. So, guys, I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much.
One more thing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You got to check out Studio's channel. He got some really good stuff. We got to increase his views and stuff like that, because he's spitting out soccer knowledge, and his little kids are also out there playing. But
man,
we got to. I'm trying to get Studio to go live, but I don't know what Studio. He's a little bit scared, but I'm telling Studio to go live.
No. Because I had a little sport dude. He wanted to go do it, but he ain't reliable. So next time when you want to do a show, we could do one live. We just gotta get us a little time sliding what we're gonna be talking about, and we can do it.
Guru and the Damas. I like that. That would be fun to see y'all two have a show. That would be cool.
Y'all ain't gonna be a hound because it's too much truth. Truth hurts too much.
People start crying.
Tissue sold separately.
All right, baby. I'll see y'all later, man.
All right. Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Until next time. Peace, love, and soul. Go Canes. We'll catch y'all next time. All right. I know I'm back. Show's over. It was fun. It was exciting. I do apologize for the YouTube issues earlier with my videos, my highlights I was trying to show, because I thought it was going to work, but I guess I wasn't as smart as I thought I was. But anyway, kind of I don't want to call it the back room, but yeah, fun time tonight. Very good show again, 2018. I can't believe we're already up to episode 16 next week. This has been a fun, enjoyable ride. But the best part about all of this is the fact that, you know, all the kind words and you know, all the love and support and the sharing of this series by everybody out there on the social media, i.e. the X and the YouTube. I do appreciate the kind words from Ike and Israel on their bottom of the map, and from the bottom of the map, excuse me. And then Chub Z, I appreciate the kind words. You know, all the support and kind words that are being told by on X and everything. We share everybody's stuff, and I do appreciate it. I never would have thought, honestly, that, you know, we would be, when we first started this, you know, back in early February or mid-February, you know, I never thought that it was going to be, you know, where it is today. And it's really been fun. It's been tedious. It's been a lot of fun stuff. I'm looking. Well, it doesn't say. I know it was in February. I know it was Mardi Gras. But anyway. But yeah, it's been fun. You know, and we're starting to bring this to a close. You know, we only have, you know, 19, 20, 21, 22. We only got 5 episodes left. And you know, honestly, when we get to 22 and 23, I don't really foresee it being, you know, there'll be a lot more interaction because a lot of people remember it, you know, but excuse me. It's been fun. I presume everybody has probably went home for the night, but I'm just kind of sticking around in case, you know, any off-topic things anybody would like to discuss or show up with, and just see if, you know, anybody just wants to hang out and chit-chat. But, and I know a lot of the regulars who used to hang out with us during our shows, I know that once we get through this, once we get through these Rise of the Falls, because let's face it, we're sitting here talking about Miami history. I'm sitting here for, you know, 2.5, 3 hours, just rattling off numbers and stuff. And, you know, it's not everybody's cup of tea. And I know that. But, you know, once the season cranks up, you know, we get into August, could start just doing the, you know, the pregame stuff, and, you know, start getting into game stuff. You know, I am anxiously awaiting the Florida pregame show. And I'm going to try this season. I'm going to try to have, you know, the pregame show and postgame show and do all that good kind of jazz more than likely. I touched on it earlier, but since I have found this collegepressbox.com. I'm real curious on how quickly it updates from the game. Hopefully if the game is on Saturday, hopefully the press box has all their information up by Monday, to where if a game isn't as good as we want it to be, we can kind of go into it and kind of critique it, see what happened. In other words, there's a lot more information to go by instead of trying to remember what happened during the game. But anyway, so yeah, I was really hoping those highlights would have worked, but they didn't. Oh well, live and learn, live and learn. And the reason why I brought the highlights in is because I just tried to kind of liven it up a little bit than me just sitting here reading out, Miami had this many first downs and they had this many rushing yards and the other team had this. Just keep, I don't want to be like Ben Stein on Ferris Bueller, but, it is what it is. I still kind of enjoy it. I've kind of gotten accustomed to, getting all the information together and bringing it forward. And, it's not hard. It's not like when I do my preseason slides and my game slides, it's not hard. It's just time consuming, but it's fun. It really is fun. But I really enjoy it. But to give you kind of a taste, let's see if I can get to it. But, kind of give you a little taste of 2019. It is Manny Diaz's first year. The schedule, Miami opens up against Florida. They come in ranked number 8. Then they play North Carolina, Bethune-Cookman, Central Michigan, Virginia Tech, Virginia, Georgia Tech, Pitt, Florida State, Louisville, Florida International, Duke, Louisiana Tech, and the Independence Bowl. So again, like I said earlier, the schedule is still kind of what we've been seeing for the last however long now. You got some out of state, out of conference people. You start off with Florida. All right. You sprinkle in a Central Michigan, a Bethune-Cookman. All right. You get a good out of conference, kind of a mid out of conference. And then you get the, your Division II or lower division, your Bethune-Cookmans and so forth. And no disrespect to them, but, and then you get into the schedule. And again, well, they do play Florida International, which that is, I think that's the game in the Orange Bowl. The Marlins Stadium, I thought. Anyway, that doesn't matter. But I mean, in 2019, you got Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, Pitt, Florida State, Louisville, and Duke and North Carolina as the ACC opponents. The usual North Carolina, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, Pitt, Duke, the coastal people. But, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. The quarterback situation doesn't get any better as far as the shuffling goes. As far as the running backs go, it's, I think, I want to say Lingard left. Double check this right quick here. Yeah, he played 4 games his freshman year. Yeah, and then he sat out 2019, and then he went to Florida for 3 years, and then went to Akron last year. Dang, I didn't know he went to Akron last year. I thought he would have been like, he must have had a medical red shirt or something. But anyway, yeah, it's really about to get pretty interesting as far as, with, 2019, and then you get into 2020, it 2021, it's crazy. Then of course, well, actually 2020, that was more or less the, excuse me, the COVID stuff. Actually 2020 probably wouldn't count as much because of the COVID situation. 2021 wasn't too bad. But the thing about 2021 is they basically hired Mario Cristobal before they fired Manny Diaz. And then we get to that 2022 season. And that was horrible. That was a dumpster fire. And then we get to last year. So, I mean, it's really interesting. It's going to be good because, again, we're getting to that point to where most of the people know and remember what happened, as opposed to, say, 2017, 2018. Some people remember, some people don't, And I'm kind of glad because maybe we can get a little more, I don't want to say interaction, but possibly get more interaction. And what I mean by that is, people can participate and give their thoughts and theories and memories and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? So, and that's what it's all about. I don't want to just sit here and just talk myself, just talk, and give numbers. I really encourage participation. But, yeah, it has been fun. I don't know if I'll be able to do a regular live show and start getting into the season and stuff, but it is what it is. It'll be what it'll be. But yeah, actually this show didn't last as long. It's 419. Hopefully, people who watch this at a later time, hopefully they will, kind of make it into it, That's why I'm kind of glad. I don't really, our little, first part of the show discussions and dialogues, I really enjoy it because it's almost a 2-for-1 special in that, you kind of have like a little mini show, mini conversation. And then before we get right into the Cubidamus, yeah, I'm just kind of having like a, backroom discussion, kind of an off topic, whatever. I do this every so often. But yeah, I'm just telling everybody I really, talking about, usually the first hour we're just kind of discussing topics of the day and the week and whatever, but I kind of like it because even though it does go a little long, I mean, we're at 4 hours, 21 minutes, but I just don't want to get in here and just go straight to, going into the numbers and all that boring stuff, but it's still fun. It's still fun. But anyway, man, but I don't know what we're going to do once we're done. I'm thinking once we finish with 2023, I'm thinking we go all out and come up with like some kind of rise of the fall all-star team. Come up with who we think would be the rise of the fall team. What team would we put based on that? CB25. But, and I'll tell you this, if we do come up with the all-star team, honestly, I think the hardest position is going to be running back. What running back do you take? But that's of no consequence because we got 5. So yeah, we're still on track to be done by mid to end July. So we still have a little time before the season kicks off because, once we get to about mid-August, things should ramp up real nicely. We can get a kind of a better idea, a little better clarity. Of college football 25. I hear you. We can get a little more clarity on what, 2024 is going to look like. Get a depth chart, get something, and we can kind of start talking about that. But that's really all I got. I think I'm going to get on out of here. Probably get a little something to wet the whistle and try to get some sleep. But I do appreciate you, Cuban. As always, I do appreciate your insight and intellect. Most people don't like you, but I like you. But, all right. So I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a good evening. We're going to catch y'all next time. Bye.